Welcome everyone, we've got Zeth and Omnic stepping onto Maypass for this match to see who comes out on top. Zeth has historically outperformed his opponent in this rivalry, winning 52% of their previous bouts. It's a narrow gap, but he's certainly comfortable playing against Omnic. We'll see if he can turn that long-term confidence into a lead here. Zeth's firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. He's actually coming off a win against Ignis in his last outing. Omnic just had a flash of brilliance in the previous round, but Zeth is quickly reclaiming the momentum. What an absolute nail-biter. Omnic claws back into this with just a sliver of health left. He's definitely feeling a bit of confidence after that victory on Dunes. Zeth pushes a commanding 4-2 lead right now. A huge match for both given how tight the rating is between them. Omnic is really sharp today, completely shutting down Zeth as he tries to hold the ramp. He's fought hard to keep this competitive against the favorite. Omnic is fully back in this, leveling it at 4-4. He's simply unstoppable right now, making it 3 in a row. His recent form is definitely trending upward compared to the baseline. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, picking up another round to move 2 ahead. The underdog is completely ignoring his usual struggles here. Zeth finally puts an end to that run as we head into the final round of the half. A quick response there to keep things tight before the halfway point. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead as we go into the break. Well, he's definitely defying Zeth's superior map record right now. It'll be interesting to see if that early momentum holds once they switch sides. Time to see how they adapt. What a wild trade. Both players were barely standing, but he managed to survive a brutal exchange to extend the lead. Omnic is continuing to dominate this session, pushing his total lead toward a double-digit advantage. It's a complete reversal from their last meeting where he narrowly edged out the win. If the tide doesn't turn quickly, the heavy favorite is going to be looking at a very early exit. That's a second straight for Zeth, who is refusing to let the lead slip further away. He looks a lot more composed now than he did during those first few rounds. He's completely flipped the script now, racking up 3 straight to keep this fight alive. The momentum has shifted entirely back to the favored side. Unbelievable. Zeth has completely erased that deficit, tying the series up with 4 straight. Absolutely stunning to see this back on even ground. What a fight! Zeth barely survives a slugfest to take his 5th straight and claim the lead. He's really putting the pressure on now. Omnic answers back immediately to keep this series completely level. We're seeing almost identical performance levels from both of these players. He's simply refusing to back down, digging deep to secure an 11-10 lead. The top seed is proving too steady to be kept down. The speed of these exchanges is just wild. These two are trading rounds almost instantly. These two are practically identical on the ladder right now. What a fight! Zeth clutched that one with practically nothing left in the tank to put himself on match point. Incredible! Zeth secures the victory with an effortless shot to close out the match. Omnic gave him everything he could have asked for, but he just couldn't seal the deal in those final moments. He really had to fight for that one. Hard-fought win.
Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Lancer and Omnic facing off today, with Lancer entering this match as the favorite.
Lancer usually handles this matchup comfortably, holding a 10-8 lead in their head-to-head history. But he's looking a bit shaky after that first round. We'll see if he can actually lean into that historical advantage today. Omnic just tears through him on the ramp to secure a third straight round. It's a stark contrast to their last encounter together. Lancer finds his footing by picking the target off the ramp. The high-seeded side needs to keep this energy moving. He's showing some serious grit, taking the second straight round in a messy firefight. He's definitely starting to look like the top-seeded player now. Omnic's firmly in control with a 4-2 cushion. That's a tough way to follow up his previous match against Zeth. Omnic is really pushing the pace here, but he is usually the one struggling in this specific matchup. It's quite a shift from the usual patterns since he's comfortably keeping the lead. Now we just have to see if the pressure starts to get to him. Omnic is dominating with a commanding 6-3 lead. A tough spot for the higher-rated player in this pair. Lancer has a mountain to climb now, and his window for a comeback is shrinking quickly. That's a far cry from the 13-7 blowout in their last set. Omnic is just relentless, sitting pretty at 7 rounds. A quick adjustment to get back on the board. Omnic holds a solid 8-4 lead going into the break. Honestly, he is playing completely out of his skin right now. It's a huge surprise to see him outperforming Lancer this badly. Time to see if that holds. Omnic is just ruthless now, sitting on a 9-4 lead. Really putting that recent loss against Zeth behind him. Omnic just doesn't care where Lancer hides, clearing him right off that toolbox with ease. Lancer just can't seem to find the answer to this look. What a fight! Both of them were nearly out of health, but he manages to scrape through. Absolutely clinical, keeping his composure to close out that duel. A crisp shot to bring the score to 5-11. He definitely needs to shake off the rust early on. He just absolutely out-dueled him on the ramp to reach match point. A complete flip from the expectations heading into this one. Lancer manages to trade out on the ramp to keep his hopes alive. A desperate situation for the higher seed. Unbelievable. He just barely survives a chaotic war of attrition to extend this fight. He's definitely starting to fight back from the edge. He's absolutely on fire right now, taking this one without taking any damage. The momentum shift is palpable as the favorites claw back into this. He just can't be stopped right now, securing his 4th straight finish with a fast play on the ramp. Just a total shutdown. He has completely seized the momentum with 5 straight. Simply sensational. He refuses to buckle under the pressure, pushing this series to the absolute limit. He shuts the door right here, taking the final fight to seal the victory. I can't believe we're seeing this. Despite that insane run to close the gap, Omnic just held his ground to take the series. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. Zeth and Lancer are facing off today, with Lancer stepping in as the slight favorite. Lancer holds a historical advantage here with a 46% win rate. It's a slight edge over Zeth's performance on this map, but that's exactly why we're seeing him start things off on the front foot. Now, Zeth needs to adjust quickly to avoid falling behind early. Lancer has the momentum, leading 2-1. He's looking sharp after those 2 recent wins. What a scramble! Lancer barely scrapes through that exchange, managing to knock Zeth off the ramp. Zeth entered this match on a nice 2-game heater. Lancer really didn't let him breathe there, shutting Zeth down quickly, even with the height advantage on Tetris. Absolute control from the favorite, who just shut the door on Zeth's momentum completely. He's simply too fast right now, picking up another round to push the lead to 6-1. Zeth has a bit of a hill to climb from that rank 31 spot. Zeth reacts perfectly here, finally getting a round back. Zeth is really playing his best stuff after that 13-11 win over Omnic. Lancer has spent most of his time in the league with an all-time win rate of 45%. So yeah, he generally knows how to close out these matches. The real question is whether he can shake off this recent cold spell and regain his composure. Unbelievable. Zeth has completely seized the momentum, taking a massive 4-round run to close the gap. We head into the break tied at 6-6. Honestly, this is exactly the toss-up I expected to see. Both players have traded heavy streaks, so the map advantage for Lancer hasn't really mattered yet. A clean slate for both players. He's showing incredible grit, outclassing his opponent to take a narrow 1-round lead. The underdog is definitely finding his footing as this match evolves. Incredible tenacity from Lancer, who just barely escaped that disaster with a tiny sliver of health. Pure chaos in that exchange, but he keeps his cool. Lancer stays out in front by a single round. His experience is really starting to show in these late stages. A total shutdown as he takes the lead back and secures a 3rd straight round. He's playing with much more confidence than in that loss to Omnic. Lancer completely dismantles the competition, clearing Zeth off the ramp to make that 4 in a row. Lancer really needs a win here after that tough drop to Omnic. What a fight! He barely clings to this victory, bringing the total to 5 straight. Lancer is finally shaking off that previous loss against Omnic. He's simply unstoppable now, sitting on match point after 6 straight. That's exactly how you expect the favorite to close it out. Zeth refuses to go down quietly, finally putting a stop to that onslaught. He really just refused to let the game slip away right there. And that is it. Lancer closes this out with an effortless shot to secure the victory. He really clamped down when it mattered, though Zeth pushed him to the limit throughout the set. Welcome to Redline. We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off today in a very close match. Omnic is looking sharp early, picking Zeth off the ramp to take the opener. Omnic is just too fast right now, quickly cleaning him off the ramp for a second straight win. The head-to-head edge is firmly with Zeth, historically. Omnic is simply on another level right now, claiming his third straight win. A complete flip from their last meeting on the other map. A huge response from Zeth, who refuses to let this match slide away. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. Zeth enters today as the slight favorite, but he's clearly struggling to convert that expected edge into actual results. It'll be interesting to see if he can find a way to reverse the momentum here. Omnic is staring down a 5-2 lead right now. A tough spot for the lower seeded player to be in. Omnic manages to secure the ramp and quickly shuts that one down. The ranking on these two is practically identical. Omnic just completely took over this half, claiming another quick round from that ramp position. He's put in that recent 13-11 defeat to the side. A fierce battle for that high ground, and Zeth manages to come out on top. His win rate on this map is notably higher than the opponent's. Zeth is really starting to put the pressure on Omnic with that dominant play from the ramp. We've got a 7-5 lead for Omnic. Well, that's a solid start for the player who historically trails in their head-to-head matchups. This is playing out exactly like a toss-up right now. Let's see how the side switch works. Omnic is really putting on the pressure now, quickly punishing Zeth for staying on that ramp. They are effectively neck and neck on the ladder. Zeth is staying gritty, claiming a quick win to keep his hopes alive. He's certainly playing with a lot more confidence now. He's not letting up, walking away unscathed to close the gap to 1. The momentum is shifting in the favorite's direction. Absolutely unreal. He's clawed all the way back to tie this set at 8-8. The composure on display right now is just incredible. Incredible turnaround. He's now claimed the lead for the first time today. He's completely flipped the script in just a few minutes. He's simply untouchable right now, walking away with a perfect round to keep the streak alive. Omnic answers back immediately, shutting down that run to keep things tight. He's back in control, extending his lead to a 2-round advantage. It's a huge mental test for Omnic to keep pace here. What a recovery. Zeth has completely seized control and is now just a single round from victory. What a finish! Zeth survives by the skin of his teeth to close it out. He really showed his class in those final moments to secure the series. Omnic put up a hell of a fight, but he just couldn't stop that late momentum. He had to work for that. Welcome to Orange. Lancer and Omnic are ready for action, with the favorite looking to secure another win today. Lancer has historically won 53% of their clashes together, but the odds didn't account for how well Omnic has been reading him lately. That victory on fast aim just a short while ago gives the underdog a massive psychological advantage in this set. The momentum shift is complete, and he's now firmly in control of this opening set. The lower rated player is looking very comfortable right now. Absolutely crushed. He just can't find an answer for this right now. A tough spot for the 28th seed to be in. A tight exchange, but Lancer manages to come out on top this time. A little bit of a confidence boost for the seed leader. He's showing real grit, digging in to secure another round and narrow the deficit. He's certainly not playing like a man who's lagging behind in the score. That's another point, and he's now putting immense pressure on the frontrunner. A huge turnaround from the start of this half. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that early lead to tie things up. The top seed is finally showing why he's ranked so much higher. Simply unstoppable. He takes the lead and is now charging forward with 5 straight rounds. Everything is falling back into place for the favorite right now. He is absolutely untouchable right now, securing another effortless round to keep this surge going. He's truly showing why the ladder puts him in the top 50. Omnic quickly puts an end to that onslaught, bringing the score to 5-6. The gap between them on the ladder is practically non-existent right now. We head into the break tied at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly where we expected the match to be. Both players have looked strong on Orange, and the favorite is holding his own. Time to swap sides. Omnic holds a slim edge now, leading 7-6. A lightning fast engagement to keep the pressure on. Lancer holds a narrow lead in the overall head-to-head record at 10-9. Well, that history is becoming irrelevant as Omnic keeps piling on the rounds. He's completely shifted the narrative of this match, and if he can maintain this pace, we're looking at a serious upset. What a scrap! Both players were nearly out of health, but Omnic edges him out to keep his streak alive. Absolute nerves of steel coming through on those last 2 engagements. He's just completely in control now, barely breaking a sweat to claim a 5th straight round. Lancer answers back quickly, putting a halt to that streak. Lancer is trying to prove he's the superior player in this pair. Omnic barely breaks a sweat with that finish, bringing him to the edge of victory. The momentum has completely shifted toward the lower seed. A flawless response from Lancer to keep his hopes alive. The pressure is mounting for that final round point. What a finish! Omnic closes out the game and secures the map victory. He's just taken over tonight, putting together 2 huge wins in a row against a really tough opponent. Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Zeth and Lancer going head-to-head on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Zeth has historically found more success on this specific layout with a 45% win rate. It's a nice early advantage, but Lancer is the one who currently holds the head-to-head lead. We'll see if Zeth can keep that momentum going. Lancer has the upper hand with a 2-1 lead. The higher rated side is starting to exert control. And just like that, we are completely deadlocked. Neither side can really pull away from the other right now. The underdog is putting up a real fight early on. Zeth takes a slim 3-2 lead into the next. His recent 13-9 victory over Omnic really set a high bar. Lancer claws back to even things up at 3 apiece. The rating gap is small, but the top-seeded player is showing his class. Lancer is putting together a strong run here, securing his second win in a row to take a narrow lead. Zeth was just too quick for him, catching Lancer right as he stepped off that ramp. He's fighting hard to shake off that earlier loss in their match history. Zeth pushes forward, now leading by just 1. Lancer has been the more consistent player across their previous encounters. We've reached a total stalemate with both at 5. Lancer is looking comfortable with his number 1 seed for this clash. Lancer is starting to look like the clear favorite here as he builds on this momentum. He's showing that same confidence we saw in their previous encounter. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, Zeth is refusing to play the role of the underdog here. He's playing right at Lancer's level, putting the favorite under serious pressure. Switch sides, and we're right back into it. Lancer edges ahead, clutching a 1-round advantage. Lancer is definitely playing like the stronger seed tonight. Zeth just forces another tie to make it 7-all. Zeth is proving he can hold his own against the higher seed. What a scramble! Both players were practically shredded, but Zeth just barely manages to hang on. Zeth just takes over the match, securing his 3rd straight win from the ramp. Zeth is really turning the tide in this particular series. A sharp response from Lancer to put a stop to that run. His rank certainly reflects that extra level of stability. We are back to square one with Zeth and Lancer locked at 9. A tough spot for Zeth, who has struggled in their previous head-to-head. A totally effortless shot there, as Lancer quickly builds his own streak. It's looking like a repeat of their last encounter. Zeth answers right back to bring the score level once again. He's really shaking off that defeat from earlier today. Zeth is really stacking up the pressure now. He looks poised to close this out if Lancer can't find an answer. Zeth is just out of reach, dominating from the ramp to put himself on the verge of victory. The momentum has completely shifted away from the seed for this match. Unbelievable. Zeth shuts the door with a total shutdown to secure the victory. He really stepped up his game to get the revenge win and settle that score. Lancer fought a great battle, but he just couldn't hold the line. What a fight! Welcome to the Dunes map. Zeth and Omnic are ready to face off in this match to see who comes out on top. Zeth currently holds a clear advantage in their overall head-to-head history with 288 total wins. It's interesting because Omnic usually finds a way to bridge that gap when he has the better record on this specific map. We'll see if that map edge holds up over a full set. Unbelievable! Omnic survives a brutal exchange, clamping down on the round with practically nothing left in the tank. Total deadlock now with Zeth and Omnic tied up. Zeth is certainly playing as the favorite right now. Omnic has claimed the lead, pushing ahead 3-2. They've stayed remarkably close in their last few meetings today. Zeth makes a great play here, securing the round from that elevated spot. Omnic keeps the pressure high, holding a slim 4-3 lead. Both of these guys are sitting right next to each other on the ladder. Zeth has been remarkably strong recently, holding a 3-1 record over the last 24 hours. It's a bit surprising to see him falling behind here, especially given how consistently he's been playing today. He'll need to find some answers quickly to flip this momentum. That's 4 straight for the leader, taking full control of the series. A tough spot for the one seen as the favorite today. Omnic is just relentless right now, picking up another effortless point. Omnic takes a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, the pre-match predictions were completely wrong. Zeth is just getting pushed around and we're seeing that map advantage really pay off for the underdog right now. Time for a total reset. Zeth finally breaks the streak, cutting the lead to 9-4. A tight battle considering how closely they are grouped on the ladder. Zeth claws back one more, now trailing by 4. His current 4 makes it clear why he's the favored player. Zeth tried to put together a little bit of a run there, but Omnic answers back immediately. He is maintaining that surprising control over the server. Omnic is making it look way too easy right now, essentially brushing off that brief push from Zeth. Zeth is definitely fighting back, showing he still has plenty of gas left in this series. Zeth has a few rounds of momentum now, and he's starting to chip away at that lead. He's really trying to make a statement after that last meeting. A completely clean finish for Omnic, putting him just 1 round away from victory. The pressure of this lead is certainly starting to weigh on the opponent. And there it is. Omnic closes it out with a sharp shot to secure the victory. He really shut the door on that one, proving that map familiarity is everything when you're fighting an uphill battle. Welcome to the arena. Lancer and Omnic are stepping up for this duel, with the favorite looking for a strong start. Lancer has historically been more successful on this map with a 46% win rate. He is really trying to use that familiarity to shake off a rough run of games today. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this opening lead. Omnic takes the lead, putting Lancer on the back foot. He's clearly keeping the momentum from that last meeting today. Everything is back to a dead heat. These two are perfectly matched right now. He is looking for some payback after that recent defeat. What a scramble. He barely clings to this round after both of them poured on the damage. It's a tight battle, but he's playing with a lot of confidence. We've hit a complete stalemate at 3 apiece. They've been fighting for an edge in an even head-to-head rivalry. Lancer pushes ahead, claiming a slim 1-round advantage. Both of these guys are practically identical in the rankings. These two are absolutely trading blows, refusing to let the other hold the lead for long. His opponent has a solid hand in this series lately. Lancer barely edges ahead, clutching a 5-4 lead. He's looking for a return to form after a tough 1-3 run today. And now we're totally locked in at 5 apiece. It's a mirror image of their most recent meeting. Lancer is starting to put some distance between himself and his opponent as we head toward the half. Looking to get a better result than that loss on Blame Orange. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, he's doing exactly what we expected from the favorite. Omnic has kept it close, but he needs to find a way to push back after switching sides. Time to see if Omnic responds. Lancer is really asserting his control right now, bringing his recent match history back into a balance. I mean, it's a huge shift from that tough result we saw in their previous meeting. He's clearly finding the right answers to shut Omnic down. He's showing great resolve, taking a patient approach to clean up this round. That puts some much needed pressure back on his opponent. Omnic is showing real grit here, shutting Lancer down with a completely effortless round. The confidence is shifting as the gaps close. Omnic secures the equalizer from the boost, completely erasing the early deficit. Everything is wide open for the final stretch now. The charge continues. He's now taken 4 straight to put himself back in the driver's seat. The underdogs are really making their mark in this set. Absolute dominance now. A total shutout to make it 5 straight for Omnic. The pressure is really mounting for the higher ranked player here. What a fight! He scrapes through a brutal exchange to keep this 6th round here alive. Omnic is practically untouchable in this stretch. Lancer is refusing to go quietly, shutting that run down with an effortless play. A crucial swing for the veteran to keep his hopes alive. Lancer is putting up a huge fight, pulling back to within 1 round. The gap in their rankings is barely noticeable given how close this set is. An absolutely clean shutdown to put him within a single round of victory. The momentum shift in this series has been entirely surprising. Absolutely incredible. Omnic closes out the series with a perfect final play to seal the victory. He really fought back from that early deficit to secure a huge victory. Lancer just couldn't find a way to stop the bleeding. Tough loss for him. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today, as Zeth and Lancer face off to see who takes the win. Unbelievable! Lancer manages to survive by a sliver after a desperate battle from the wine. Lancer is really capitalizing on his higher 47% win rate on this specific map. He's in a great spot to take control here, since Zeth has historically struggled to put up numbers in this environment. Let's see if Lancer can maintain this pace. He secures the advantage from the wine and continues to tear through this opening set. Zeth responds with a clean shot to get back on the board. The two of them are dead, even in their head-to-head history. What a fight! He barely holds on to the lead from the wine after that chaotic exchange. A massive swing from that last loss he took on Mapas. Lancer is just dominating with a huge 6-1 lead. He is completely in charge now, shutting everything down to extend that streak. He is just on a different level right now, claiming another easy win to build a 7-round lead. What a scramble! Zeth survives that brutal trade with just a tiny bit of health left. Absolute chaos for that exchange, but he manages to edge out the victory just before the break. Lancer holds an 8-4 lead. This is playing out exactly how the analysts predicted. Zeth had a decent run to close things out, but Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat here. Fresh start for Zeth here. Lancer has really struggled today, bringing in a 1-4 record over the last 24 hours. And honestly, that lack of confidence is starting to show as Zeth puts on the pressure. We might be seeing a complete shift in momentum here. Lancer still firmly ahead with a 9-6 lead. He's showing a bit more resolve than he did against Omnic earlier. Another untouched round for Zeth, who is refusing to go away. He's proving a lot more resilient than the betting line suggested. He's absolutely on fire right now, putting a huge dent in that early lead. Lancer's advantage is practically gone at this point. Lancer manages to shut down the rally with a clean exchange. He's fighting to keep his rank among the top 30. Lancer is putting on the pressure now, quickly clearing Zeth out of the wine area. Expectations are shifting back in his favor. Zeth keeps the pressure on, refusing to let Lancer close this out easily. He is really fighting to prove those pre-match odds wrong. He's in a rhythm now, securing a perfectly timed headshot to bring the score closer. Both sides are playing with an incredible amount of confidence now. Zeth is absolutely on a roll, evening things up with an incredible surge of momentum. A huge stop for Lancer, who now stands on the edge of victory. Lancer definitely just reclaimed the lead. Lancer closes it out with an effortless finish to secure the match. Zeth really pushed him to the limit, but those quick reflexes finally paid off for the veteran. He had to dig deep for that one hard-fought win. Welcome everyone, we've got Zef and Omnic facing off on orange to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Zeth has the edge with 288 head-to-head wins over his opponent, but Omnic is coming in with a lot more confidence after that series of wins today. I wonder if Zeth can really use that historical lead to keep the pressure on. He's simply too fast today, sweeping a third consecutive round. The favorite is definitely making his presence felt early on. Absolutely crushing it right now, as he extends the lead to a 4-0 shutout. A total reversal of their last meeting on Dunes. He is simply unstoppable right now, pushing his lead to a full 5-round gap. Omnic certainly looked like the man to beat entering this set. He's just untouchable today, making it a perfect 6-round start. Omnic is really feeling that recent win against Lancer slip away. Another effortless round for him, and the lead grows to 7-0. It's a shocking turnaround given how rough the previous set went. He's simply taking over this match, racking up 8 straight rounds. Hard to believe he's the lower ranked of the two. Simply a different level of speed, reaching 9 straight for the frontrunner. Hard to believe his opponent holds the higher spot on the ladder. A brutal exchange of fire, but he manages to outlast the fight to hit double digits. Omnic had looked so sharp in his previous victory on this same map. An absolute blowout as he remains completely in control heading into the interval. Zef takes a massive 11-1. Oh, I mean, he is just walking all over Omnic right now. Coming into this as the favorite was one thing, but an 11-round streak is just wild. Time for a total reset. He is essentially knocking on the door of victory after that clean display. He's truly living up to the pre-match expectations right now. Game over. He secures the final kill to close out the match in style. He really just decided to shut the door on that one, giving Omnic almost zero breathing room today. Welcome to Redline. We have Lancer taking on Omnic today, with Lancer entering this match as the slight favorite. Omnic really claimed that high ground early on to take the opening round. Omnic is looking to maintain his slim lead in the head-to-head. Omnic is putting on a clinical display so far, and it is not a surprise given that he holds the lead in their head-to-head. He's clearly feeling confident after their most recent encounter as well. I wonder if Lancer can actually claw back into this. Lancer has fought back and we're deadlocked at 2 apiece. Lancer is really leaning into that role as the favorite today. A really fast-paced start for both of them. Neither player is giving an inch tonight. The underdog has actually claimed more than half of their head-to-head matchups. Lancer has completely erased the gap. We're tied up. He's playing a much tighter series than that last 10-13 loss. Lancer edges ahead, now leading 4-3. Lancer is looking a lot more comfortable than he did earlier today. Lancer completely shuts the door on the ramp and keeps the streak rolling. Hard to believe how close these two usually are. Lancer is completely in control, securing another clean victory from the ramp. This is a total turnaround from their last map clash. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now. Omnic answers back with a fast burst to secure this round. Lancer heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, the stronger player is doing exactly what we expected. He put on a huge run of 5 rounds to put himself firmly in the driver's seat. Time to swap sides. Lancer is just relentless right now, using that high ground on the ramp to keep the pressure high. Omnic has managed more wins overall today, but that's not showing here. Lancer has won 10 of their last 12 games on this map, and that consistent success is finally translating into a real lead here. So yeah, it feels like he's completely shifted the momentum in his direction. We're likely looking at a very quick conclusion to this one. Omnic manages to pick him off the ramp to keep this game alive. Lancer was just starting to pull away, but he's given Omnic a real opening to get back into this. Those two are practically mirror images in the ratings. Lancer secures that big victory from the ramp and moves into match point. Lancer is putting the hammer down to finish this quickly. And there it is. Lancer digs deep to survive the trade and closes out the match. That was a straightforward result for the favorite, who definitely proved too strong on this particular map. Welcome to the show. Zeth and Lancer are facing off on fast aim, where Lancer enters as the slight favorite. Lancer has held the advantage in 2 out of 3 previous encounters, and it looks like that history is playing a role in the early rounds here. I'm curious to see if Zeth can shake that head-to-head burden off. Zeth manages to hold his ground on the ramp and gets the equalizer. Both players have been trading rounds throughout their recent sessions today. Lancer looks very comfortable right now, utilizing the ramp to build a decent cushion early on. Zeth is fighting a steep uphill battle today. Zeth really knows how to utilize that ramp to create some pressure here. A very tight matchup considering their current placement on the ladder. We are all square now as Zeth catches up. Lancer is usually the one controlling the tempo in these series. Lancer edges ahead by 1 in a nail-biter. Lancer is fighting to keep his rank 28 spots secure here. Lancer is really putting the squeeze on Zeth right now, continuing the momentum with another quick victory. He is playing exactly like he did in their last Italy clash. Lancer just barely clings to that 5-4 lead. The match is staying incredibly close to that pre-game expectation. Lancer really seems to have the upper hand on this particular map, where he maintains a 43% win rate. Well, it is interesting to see that translate into this specific series. He is certainly proving to be the more consistent one today. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's exactly where we expected him to be right now. Zeth is staying competitive, but he'll need a big push to close this gap. Time to see if Zeth resets. Zeth's reacting quickly from the ramp, and now we've got a dead heat. Zeth is proving he can trade blows with the higher rated player here. Everything's reset now with Zeth and Lancer deadlocked at 7. The momentum is swinging wildly, contrary to the usual patterns here. He keeps it rolling from the toolbox, a totally clean 3rd straight round. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure of that rank 28 spot right now. Lancer manages to secure the kill from the planks, keeping things level at 8-8. He's definitely proving his experience throughout this a massive career volume. Zeth isn't letting up, he just caught Lancer completely out of position on that ramp. Zeth is showing he can definitely play the spoiler here. Zeth is charging ahead with a strong 10-8 lead. A surprising flip from their last set on Italy. Lancer keeps his hopes alive at 9-10. That's a very respectable run for Lancer, who's grinded through nearly 8,000 matches. Zeth is really putting together a strong finish here, firmly gripping the driver's seat in the closing stages. Zeth is absolutely lock-on right now. Lancer secures a strong spot on the ramp to keep this series incredibly tight. He looks focused despite those early struggles. Lancer has all the momentum now as he surges back into a tie here. Lancer really seems to have the mental edge in this rivalry. Lancer is on fire, utilizing the ramp to put himself just 1 round away from victory. He's completely shut down everything Zeth was doing in the mid-game. What a reflex play. Zeth wins that scramble on the ramp to force a dead heat at 12-12. Absolutely clutch timing to force out this tie. Lancer was lightning fast in that exchange, taking control of the series again. That was a blindingly fast exchange to regain the lead. Zeth is refusing to go away, quickly answering back to keep this game locked in overtime. Zeth is playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Lancer is just too sharp right now, quickly punishing Zeth's attempt to hold the window. Consistency is key for him, especially given those higher career volumes. He manages to survive a chaotic firefight to move within striking distance of the win. He's making a strong case for that favorite status right now. Absolutely stunning. Lancer closes it out with a perfect final play to take the victory. Man, Zeth almost forced the upset there. He really pushed him to the limit in overtime. What a battle. Welcome to the arena. Zeth and Omnic are ready for a fight, and Zeth enters today as the favorite. Zeth generally holds the upper hand here, leading the lifetime head-to-head 289 to 262. So yeah, he usually finds a way to outplay Omnic in these series. Now the question is if he can actually get his footing after such a rough start. Zeth manages to secure that high ground on the ramp and shuts it down. He's looking for a repeat of that last dominant victory. Absolute chaos in that trade, and he claws it back to tie things up. And he's looking to repeat that dominant 13-1 result they just shared. Omnic read him perfectly and shuts him down right off the Tetris. These two are dead even on the ladder. Tied up at 3 apiece, this is a total stalemate. The two are nearly identical in the standings right now. Omnic takes a narrow lead, pushing ahead 4-3. It's interesting to see him shaking off that blowout loss from earlier today. Zeth holds a 40% win rate on this map, which is a decent advantage for the favorite. The issue is that he's clearly struggling to translate that historical edge into actual results today. He'll need to make a big adjustment quickly, or this lead will just slip away. Back to a deadlock as Zeth levels it at 5. Zeth has the historically better record of the two. He's completely taken over this stretch, securing 3 straight to reclaim the lead. Zeth takes the 7-5 lead. We entered this as a toss-up, but he's really starting to pull away here. That 4-round streak gave him a much-needed cushion heading into the switch. Time to see if Omnic adapts. Zeth barely holds the edge. Just one up now. Quick response there to prevent that run from continuing. Zeth is firmly in control now, leading 8-6. A high-pressure situation for both, as they're basically identical on our rating. Everything is happening so fast right now, these rounds are essentially over in a blink. He's not letting this slip away easily. Zeth extends his lead to 9-7 with that clean finish. He's definitely playing a bit better than his 32nd rank suggests. Zeth is really cruising now, sitting comfortably at 10. He looks incredibly comfortable against his opponent right now. He is simply untouchable right now, putting the pressure back on Omnic. He's just completely in his own world right now, and the pressure is starting to mount for Omnic. Omnic digs deep and finally manages to drag him off the ramp. A massive swing in momentum to keep the dream alive. And there it is, Zeth shuts the door on this match with a perfect final engagement. He really proved why he's the favorite in this pairing. Omnic put up a good fight, but the experience showed. Welcome everyone, Lancer and Omnic are stepping onto Mapas today. Lancer enters as the favorite, but can Omnic pull an upset? Lancer has taken the early lead and he's coming into this as the stronger player on this specific map. It's a tough spot for Omnic, especially since he's already dealing with a few losses in a row. We'll see if he can flip the script here. Lancer is comfortably ahead with a 2-1 lead. They've actually split their last 22 meetings right down the middle. The momentum has completely shifted and we've got a dead heat on our hands right now. The tide has completely turned as he secures another win to take the lead. He's really fighting back after that 13-6 defeat earlier. Omnic is absolutely steaming right now, picking up his 4th straight win. He's really shaken off the dust from that loss on red line. Lancer answers back right away, putting a halt to the opposing side's surge. His overall experience really starts to show in these tighter exchanges. Lancer is really putting the pressure on here, making the most of that ramp advantage to get back on top. He's completely taken over now, securing a 3rd straight round for himself. His ladder rating is slightly higher and it's starting to show. Omnic outduels him from the container to level things up. Absolute precision in that trade to get things back to a dead heat. Unreal! Lancer barely escapes that chaotic firefight with a sliver of health remaining. That's a really tough streak of games to come into tonight. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. You know, it's interesting because Lancer is usually the heavy favorite here, but Omnic is holding his own. Both players have shown they can take over the match with a big run. Let's see who blinks first. Omnic just edges ahead, taking a narrow 7-6 lead. A surprising turn of events for the player with a lower rating. Lancer claws it back to bring us level at 7 apiece. Both players are now sitting at an even 4 wins today. That was an incredibly fast exchange, just over 2 seconds to decide the round. He's proving that his lower rating doesn't define the match. Omnic has a really solid lead heading into the final stretch. Look, it's a huge shift in momentum from the last time these two faced off. And now Lancer is the one forced to play catch-up. Omnic maintains a slight edge, leading 9-8. A really impressive way to keep himself in the hunt. Lancer forces a tie, bringing us back to 9, all. His recent form of 60% in the last 10 is really showing. A fierce battle, but he manages to secure the kill from the ramp to stay hot. He's really dominating the matchup today. He's simply on another level right now, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. A rough stretch of games for Omnic right now. He's just refusing to let up now, putting himself on the verge of victory. The favorite is firmly in control now. That keeps the deficit manageable for now. A much needed breath of air for the challenger here. What a play! He shuts the door on that surge and takes control from the ramp. Just a lightning fast reset to put things right back in reach. And there it is. Lancer secures the final point to close out the series. Omnic really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find that final gear to bridge the gap. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Zeph and Lancer facing off on orange, with Lancer entering as the slight favorite. Lancer usually controls this rivalry with a 75% head-to-head win rate. He is definitely the more experienced player overall. We have to see if Zeph can actually turn the tide this time. A fierce exchange of fire, but he's just too fast for the opposition today. The underdog is absolutely taking over the map right now. He digs deep to secure this one and starts chipping away at that deficit. Lancer is definitely fighting to get back to his usual standard here. Zeph is playing aggressively, utilizing that ramp to maintain his grip on the early game. A huge swing of momentum from the rank 31 seed. What a scrap! He barely escapes with his life to take a commanding 5-1 lead. Zeph is really ignoring those historical head-to-head numbers. A chaotic brawl that ends with him still comfortably in the driver's seat. His recent 13-1 dominant victory on this map is showing through. He's just completely in control now, pushing the score to a huge 7-1 lead. He looks completely unfazed despite the rating gap. A tough fight that ends the same way. He's simply too strong right now. Lancer usually puts up more resistance than this. Absolute madness! He barely claws his way out of that fight to keep the momentum surging. A huge reversal from their last meeting on fast aim. He manages to secure this exchange, giving himself some breathing room before the break. He's showing why he's higher on the ladder right now. Zef takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, Lancer is looking completely lost. We expected the favorite to come out on top, but Zef is putting on a clinic in this first half. Lancer needs a serious wake-up call. Lancer is really starting to pull out his deep experience with those nearly 8,000 matches. He's clearly shifted gears to erase a massive part of this lead. It will be a struggle for Zef to shut this down now. Zef still holds a commanding 5-round cushion. Both players have exactly 5 wins and 4 losses over the last day. He's just simply too quick for Lancer right now, putting an incredible amount of pressure on the favorite. He just barely survives a heavy firefight to put himself on the verge of victory. Lancer just can't find a way to stop the bleeding. Unreal, Zed shuts the door on this match and secures a massive victory. He just completely shut out the experience factor today. Just an effortless performance to take a big win. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Zed and Omnic facing off today, with Zed entering the match as the heavy favorite. Zed has won over half of their 500 meetings, and that dominance seems to be continuing right now. Looking at the recent results, Omnic has had a really tough time across his last 4 games. I wonder if he can actually find a way to flip the script here. Zed is putting on a clinic, leading 2-1. A lightning fast trade to get this back on track. Zed just completely neutralized that height advantage and finds another round. He's really shaking off that rough stretch of 4 losses. Zed is just running away with this, 4-1. He's proving too strong, just like that earlier meeting. Omnic responds perfectly, securing a clean finish to keep his hopes alive. The underdog is finally showing some teeth. Omnic keeps the pressure up, clearing Zed off the box to trim the lead down. The lead is nearly gone after that collapse. Unbelievable. He claws his way back to a dead heat, erasing the early deficit entirely. Zed reacts instantly, shutting down the momentum shift right here. This is a much more balanced fight than their last meeting. Zed is really leaning into that head-to-head advantage he's built over time, and it's showing in how he's handled the pressure after that brief dip. He's indefinitely looking like the more composed player in these high-stakes exchanges now. We just have to see if Omnic can find a spark to push this closer. Zed takes the 8-4 lead into the break. Well, everything is going according to plan. He's leaning on that strong head-to-head record to keep himself comfortably in front. Omnic needs a strong restart here. Zed pulls further ahead, extending his lead to 8-5. That was an incredibly fast exchange. He is showing some real grit here, securing another win to keep this rally alive. A really clean sequence of plays to cut into that gap. Absolute perfection from him as the comeback continues. The gap is nearly closed. Goodness, that was a nail-biter. But he survives with a sliver of health to tie this series up at 8-8. A swift reply from Zed to reclaim a slim advantage. Both of these players are fighting hard to move up the ladder today. What a scramble. Both players were nearly depleted, but he manages to scrape through and secure the win. It looks like that prior meeting is weighing on him. He's completely in control now, securing a 3rd consecutive victory to push his lead to 11-8. Omnic keeps his composure from the box to stop that run and narrow the gap. A strong way to break that momentum. He's simply refusing to go away, dusting off another win to keep the pressure high. Incredibly efficient couple of rounds from him. He's simply untouchable right now, securing a 3rd straight win to lock this series in a deadlock. He's simply on fire. That is 4 straight for Omnic to reach match point. He's completely defying the pre-match predictions. Zed answers back by picking him off the box, forcing a deadlock at 12-all. The lower-rated man in this clash has fought his way back into the fray. Zed has the upper hand once again, showing exactly why he's consistently the one coming out on top in this rivalry. A devastatingly fast sequence to secure that lead. What a heart-stopping scramble! Zed survives by a hair to keep this massive run alive. That was an absolute scramble for the finish. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving just one step away from victory. He closes it out right here. Zeph outlasts the final duel to secure the match victory. He really had to dig deep to find those last few rounds in overtime. Omnic nearly stole a miracle here. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we've got Lancer and Omnic facing off on Italy to see who can take the win today. Lancer holds a thin lead in their head-to-head history with 12 wins overall. And he is carrying some serious momentum into this series after beating Omnic in their very last encounter. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can flip the script today. He's simply too fast right now, strolling to a perfect start. The odds definitely pointed to this kind of start. Lancer is simply on another level today, completely shutting out his opponent to open a 4-round gap. Omnic has definitely struggled in his recent series. Unbelievable, he manages to survive a chaotic firefight by the skin of his teeth to move to 5 straight. A tough stretch for the lower-seeded player right now. Absolutely ruthless, he's just completely taken over this map. It's been a brutal stretch for him across his last few games. A clean sweep so far as he keeps the momentum rolling into a perfect 7. Finally, a glimpse of life for Omnic to put a dent in that lead. He needed a round like that to keep things interesting. Omnic has usually struggled against Lancer, having lost most of their recent clashes. It's an impressive turn of events to see him stack 2 rounds back to back. He's definitely fighting to close this gap. Lancer is just dominant, extending that lead to 8-2. The experience difference is really showing up in the movement here. Lancer is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-2. He is really putting on a display of his skill gap here. Lancer takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Everything we expected to happen today is playing out exactly as planned. He's just too strong for Omnic right now. Lancer keeps charging ahead, now leading by 7. The skill gap between rank 28 and 34 is showing. It's getting a bit too easy for Lancer. He's just strolling toward the finish line now. The gap in their all-time win rates is really starting to surface. A complete unscathed round for Lancer, and he is now just 1 win away from the series. The underdog is having a nightmare of a day. A huge response there, keeping the series alive with a crisp finish. The pressure is really mounting on the top-seeded side now. He's keeping the fight alive, showing he can still outduel his opponent. The momentum is definitely swinging toward the underdog now. A grueling trade that finally tips in his favor, putting him on a hat trick. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable. He's absolutely on fire, keeping the streak alive to force a tense final round. Total collapse from the high seed right here. A truly flawless play there, and he's now sitting on 5 straight wins. This is a complete reversal of the predicted outcome. And there it is, Lancer shuts the door on this series to secure the victory. He really thought he had the momentum for a comeback there, but he just couldn't close the gap. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zed and Lancer are facing off on red line to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Lancer holds a slight overall advantage with a 3-2 lead in their head-to-head history. It's interesting because Zed actually dominated their most recent meeting. He'll want to find that same energy to keep this close. What a scrap. Both players were shredded, but Lancer just barely managed to scrape through with the win. The higher rated player is definitely showing his class early on. Zed makes a quick move here, pulling Lancer right off that ramp to level things up. He's been on a tear lately with that 3-game streak. Lancer makes a quick read on the positioning and puts Zed right back on the defensive. Lancer seems to be getting his revenge for that blowout loss on orange. Lancer keeps the momentum with a tight 3-2 lead. He's certainly playing like someone with an all-time winning record. Zed just cleans him off the ramp, and suddenly we've got a dead heat here. The underdog is certainly finding his confidence early on. That was an absolute brawl, but he emerges on top for another win. Hard to believe how cleanly he's playing today. Unbelievable. Lancer holds on with a sliver of health to secure a nail-biting victory from the ramp. Lancer is simply refusing to go down today. Lancer stays one step ahead as we enter round 9. Zed has certainly had a hot start to his day with 7 wins. What a miracle! Zed survives with a tiny fraction of health after taking the fight to the ramp. Lancer is normally the more consistent one in this pairing. Lancer edges ahead by just a single round. That was a crisp execution to get back in front. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, the underdog is really stepping up here. Zed is matching him blow for blow and refuses to let the favorite take control of this map. Fresh start for both guys here. Lancer makes a huge play here, pushing Zed right off the ramp to take a commanding lead. He's showing a lot of poise in this second half. Zed secures the kill from the ramp, and now we're right back to a deadlock. The experience gap is hardly showing in this deadlock. Zed grabs a slim 1-round advantage right now. Lancer is finding it tough to keep him down. Good grief, what a scramble. He barely clutched that one out and is now riding a hot streak. Lancer is feeling the pressure from that prior blowout today. Lancer just barely survives a fierce exchange to pull closer in the score. Lancer is definitely using his experience to steady the ship right now. Tied up at 9 all. This one is a total toss-up. Zed pulls ahead by 1 in this absolute thriller. Neither of these guys is letting the other hold the lead for long. We're seeing a complete deadlock here. He manages to hold the ramp and survive by a thread to keep himself in the driver's seat. Unreal, he's practically immune to damage at this point. Whoa, he just barely walked away from that chaos to bring us back to a deadlock. Both players are fighting for a grip on the map here. He puts on a huge display from the ramp to bring himself within a single round of victory. That's a huge shift in momentum to hold his lead. Boom! A perfect final blow to seal the deal and secure the victory. He really dug deep to overcome that map disadvantage and prove he can handle the pressure. Lancer fought until the very end. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off on Mappas today. Zeth enters as the favorite here. Zeth usually controls this rivalry with a 53% win rate. It's interesting to see the odds not reflecting in the opening exchange. He'll need to lean into that historical edge if he wants to get back in the driver's seat. Omnic looks really comfortable right now, utilizing that container to maintain the lead. A tough start for Zeth after that strong victory over Lancer. We're all squared up at 2 apiece now. Omnic has really been struggling to close things out lately. Zeth just reclaimed the lead with a 3-2 advantage. He's definitely showing that improved form from his recent matches. He's just taking over this match, putting together 3 straight kills. The gap in their recent forms is really starting to show. Omnic manages to put a stop to that run, keeping things close. He's desperately searching for a way to flip this series around. What an incredible scramble! Omnic clutched out a survival with practically nothing left in the tank to even the score. A massive shift for a guy who has struggled in his recent outings. Zeth bounces back, extending his slim 1-round lead. The contrast in their overall form today is pretty stark. Zef has really been hitting his stride with a 70% win rate in his last 10 matches. Well, this particular matchup seems to be mirroring that trend as the gap widens. It'll be tough for Omnic to find a way back into the game now. Zeth goes into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, this is playing out exactly as we anticipated. He's putting his superior map win rate to good use here, though Omnic is still very much in the fight. Let's see if the sides change things. Zeth keeps the momentum swinging his way at 8-5. Omnic has had a rough run today, sitting at 4-8. A totally clean exchange there as he refuses to let this match slip away. He's definitely showing a bit more grit than we saw in his previous matches. Zeth puts another one on the board, leading 9-6. His recent success against Lancer is translating well to this series. Zeth is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-6. That was an incredibly fast exchange. He just shreds through that defense, knocking Omnic straight off the container to keep this streak alive. Zed is absolutely cruising now, and he's just one step away from ending this. Exactly what you expect when the skill gap is this wide. Unbelievable. He survives a brutal exchange to secure the final round and close out the series. He just keeps stacking up these wins, and it looks like the struggle is only getting worse for Omnic. Welcome everyone, Lancer and Omnic are ready to face off on Fast Aim to see who takes the win. Lancer is the clear favorite here, holding a 54% win rate in their head-to-head meetings. It's a bit surprising to see him start on the back foot, especially given his historical success against this specific opponent. He'll need to shake off that early loss quickly. He's just completely untouchable right now, taking an early 3-round lead. Lancer seems completely shaken after his recent loss to Zeth. Finally, a response from Lancer, who digs deep to secure a crucial round. The underdog is starting to look a lot more comfortable. He's clearly not backing down, putting the pressure back on Omnic with another huge win. The shift in energy is palpable for the supposed underdog. Omnic is still firmly in control with a 2-round cushion. He's managing a decent run despite a rough stretch of form lately. Omnic had no trouble clearing him off that ramp, quickly extending his lead. Lancer is really struggling to put his game together today. Another fast exchange, and the momentum swings right back to him. The lower rated side is definitely playing with a lot of confidence. He's just far too strong right now, claiming another victory from the window. He's really making a statement tonight after that recent loss on Italy. That was a sharp flick to bring the score to 3-7. Lancer holds the high ground on those planks to keep this fight going. This is a huge turnaround for the higher rated man. We've got a 7-5 lead for Omnic. You know, he's completely ignoring his poor recent form and is currently outplaying the higher rated man. If he keeps this pace, we are looking at a huge upset here. Lancer needs a spark right now. Omnic holds his ground on the ramp to keep the momentum in his favor. He's defying those lower odds with a very composed performance. Omnic has an incredibly low all-time win rate of 34%, and honestly, seeing him push such a substantial lead is quite a feat. He's fighting through a very difficult stretch of form to put Lancer in this position. Omnic effectively shuts down any hope of a comeback with another fast kill from the ramp. He's simply taking over the map now, securing a 4th straight victory. A total flip from their last encounter on Italy. A lightning fast reaction from Lancer to snap that streak. He's certainly not as shaky as he was against Seth. Absolute precision from Omnic to put himself just a single round away from victory. What a finish! Omnic secures the final blow from the window to seal the victory. He simply outclassed Lancer in this one, completely erasing the memory of that previous match they had together. Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got Zef and Lancer facing off today to see who comes out on top. Zef enters this set with a highly impressive 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's a surprising contrast to how he's usually performed on this map. He'll need to maintain that heat if he wants to overcome this early deficit. Lancer is now controlling the tempo with a 2-1 lead. Both of these players are neck and neck in the ladder ratings. They're trading rounds back and forth, and right now it's anyone's game. This is starting to look like that 13-11 result they had earlier today. Lancer edges ahead, now holding a slim 3-2 lead. The slight favorite is definitely asserting his will early on. Lancer is pulling away now, leading 4-2. Zeth is really feeling the pressure after that nail biter on red line. Zeth just puts the pressure right back on Lancer, bringing the score almost even. The two of them are virtually identical in the rankings. Lancer has a clear advantage on this map with a 43% win rate, and it looks like he's using that familiarity to really squeeze Zeth. Well, we're seeing that map experience play a huge role in his current lead. He's simply too fast right now, keeping the streak alive with a flawless shot. His recent struggle against Omnic isn't showing at all right now. Zeth answers back with a hard-fought duel to stay in the game. He definitely has the confidence after securing that victory on red line earlier. We head into the break with Lancer holding a 7-5 lead. And honestly, this is exactly what we expected to see. Lancer has been a bit more consistent since the start, but Zeth is still very much in this fight. Time to switch seats. Lancer looks formidable, now extending his gap to 8-5. That was a lightning fast trade to reclaim the lead. Lancer is really cruising now, sitting comfortably at 9-5. He's really capitalized on his historical comfort here. Lancer completely shuts down that momentum, picking him right off the ramp. A tough way to follow that victory against Omnic. That was a gritty fight, but Lancer manages to outlast him to keep the streak rolling. He's playing the role of the favorite to perfection. He manages to shut the door on that run, getting the better of Lancer in a tight exchange. A vital point for the underdog to stay relevant here. A complete shutdown of the round, putting Lancer just one step away from victory. He has really dominated this server throughout the day. Absolute chaos in that final exchange, but Lancer secures the victory and finishes the set. He just looked completely untouchable in those exchanges, putting on a clinic here to get his revenge for Redline. Welcome to the show. We have Zeth and Omnic facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Zeth currently holds a strong lifetime lead in their head-to-head history. He seems to be maintaining that psychological edge after beating Omnic in their last meeting. It will be interesting to see if that trend continues today. Zeth is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. Omnic is clearly struggling to keep up with the favorite today. We're back to a dead heat. Neither of these two is letting the other get any breathing room. Omnic has clawed back to lead 3-2. Zeth is dealing with a tough string of results tonight. And we are completely locked in at 3-all. Both of these guys are feeling a bit unpredictable today. Zeth is starting to build some real momentum here, securing back-to-back fast wins. Another instantaneous win for Zeth, and that's 3 in a row for the frontrunner. He's simply taking over the match, grabbing a 4th straight victory to open up a 3-round gap. The favorite is asserting himself completely in this series. A strong response from Omnic to hold that slide and get closer in the score. A quick piece of work to get back in the game. Omnic is showing some real grit here, closing out a clean win as we head toward the break. A huge swing of momentum just before we hit the intermission. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly the toss-up we expected to see on Italy. It's been a wild ride with both players trading multi-round bursts throughout the opening half. Time for a clean slate. Zeth takes a narrow 1-round lead after that fight. It's a battle of the mid-tier rankings today. Zeth is having a strong day with a 9-5 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this half. He's really putting a lot of pressure on Omnic to respond quickly. Omnic manages to pick him off the vine, showing some real persistence. The underdog is fighting to keep this contest close. Zeth pulls well ahead now, leading 10-7. Omnic is really fighting an uphill battle against the better rated opponent. He just completely shut him down, keeping his composure while trimming the deficit. A sudden shift in pace that puts the pressure back on. That was a lightning fast snapshot to put Zeth right back in the driver's seat. A completely effortless exchange here, and Zeth now stands just 1 round away from victory. He's proving exactly why he entered the lobby as a favorite. Omnic just denied the easy finish, fighting back to keep the series alive. Just a glimpse of vulnerability for the leader here. Unbelievable. Zeth seals the deal with a lightning fast shot to close out the series. He just seems to have all the answers today. Omnic put up a great fight, but it was simply too much to overcome. Welcome everyone to Dunes. Lancer and Omnic are ready for action, with the favorite looking to secure a strong win. Lancer currently leads their lifetime head-to-head rivalry 13-12, but it's worth noting that Omnic took their most recent meeting by a significant margin. It will be interesting to see if that head-to-head edge finally kicks in here. Omnic is staring down a 2-1 lead right now. He's certainly fighting through a tough stretch after a mixed day so far. Omnic is making a real statement early on, putting a lot of pressure on the favorite. Lancer really needs to shake off that shaky start today. Omnic takes the lead, pushing it to 3-2. A quick recovery after that tough defeat on fast aim. Omnic is just relentless, extending his lead to 4-2. He's looking very comfortable despite the lower ladder seed. Unbelievable! Lancer claws back the round with a tiny sliver of health left, finally cutting down Omnic from the box. He is proving to be a much tougher out than his rank suggests. Omnic is just too quick, capitalizing on the high ground to take total control of this duel. Omnic is just not letting Lancer breathe, absolutely dismantling him even when he tries to play from the high ground. Absolutely untouchable right now, securing another one to move to a 4-round lead. He's simply too fast, taking another one to hold a 5-round advantage heading into the final frame of the half. Omnic takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly this is a shock. The higher ranked Lancer has been outclassed in every exchange, giving up a scary 5-round run on his home map. Lancer needs to wake up now. Lancer has spent the last day splitting his matches with a 7-7 record, and it's starting to look like he's finding his legs again. He can't afford to let this momentum slip if he wants to climb back into this match. Lancer finally secures a point, trailing now by 5. Lancer usually holds the advantage in these kinds of matchups. Lancer managed to hold his ground from the box to put another round on the board. He's showing some grit after that tough loss to the same opponent. Omnic holds a 3-round buffer as we hit 17. Still tough to see him struggle with that 20% recent form. Lancer survived the brutal firefight to secure his 3rd straight point. This is exactly the kind of resilience he showed against Jax yesterday. Omnic quickly shuts down that comeback attempt, reclaiming control of the server. That was a lightning fast reaction to secure the point. Another flawless response from Omnic to put himself just 1 step away from victory. Lancer dug deep in a gritty exchange to force another round into the books. We're seeing exactly why he entered this server as the favorite. What a way to close it out. Omnic seals the series with a perfect finale. He really came out here and flipped the script on the veteran, taking a huge chunk out of Lancer's confidence today. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zeth and Lancer are facing off on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Zeth enters this game with an impressive 10-5 record over the last day. That's some serious momentum coming into a rivalry where he's historically been the underdog. We'll see if he can sustain that heat against Lancer. Zeth is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. The favored player is starting to look vulnerable. Lancer is looking sharp today. He's managed to trade blows with Zeth and now finds himself back on even ground. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Lancer pulls ahead, leading things 3-2 now. It's a familiar feeling, given his historical lead in this head-to-head. Zeth claws back, and we are deadlocked at 3 apiece. The two of them are essentially neck and neck on the ladder. Lancer is really starting to string things together. He's got a tight grip on this one right now. He has the slight upper hand in this rivalry overall. Zeth responds perfectly, and we're tied up at 4. It's basically a coin flip between these two right now. Zeth just takes the lead, moving ahead 5-4. The gap between these two is almost non-existent on our rating. Both players are reacting instantly. These exchanges are becoming lightning fast. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that chaotic fight to take a narrow lead heading into the break. He's showing some incredible composure under pressure today. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything here is playing out exactly as we anticipated. His overall head-to-head advantage is showing, but Zeth is staying right in the fight. Let's see if Zeth can surge back. Zeth narrows the gap to 6-7. That was an incredibly clean stop to put the pressure back on. Absolute parity now as Zeth forces a 7-all deadlock. Zeth is really finding his rhythm now with those fast entries. He's simply too fast right now, keeping the streak alive with a perfect shot. Zeth is making a very strong case for himself today. He is just on another level right now, pushing the lead to 9-7. It's a huge swing considering how things went in their last meeting. Another clean take, and he's just completely taken over this map. Lancer is really struggling to find an answer today. Unbelievable! He barely survives that exchange to keep the streak rolling at 6 straight. Absolute precision on that finish from the ramp. He just can't be stopped. 7 in a row, and Zeth is now officially on match point. He's completely flipped the script on the expected outcome. What a performance! Zeth caps off a wild streak to close out the series. Lancer really fought hard in those early exchanges, but he just couldn't keep up once that momentum shifted. Welcome to Red Line. We have Zeth and Omnic facing off, with Zeth entering this duel as the favorite. Zeth has maintained a clear advantage in their head-to-head history, winning over half of their encounters. That psychological edge is definitely showing right now. As he controls the pace, he needs to keep this momentum going. Omnic is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Omnic is really fighting back from that Italy loss. He catches Zeth right from the ramp to maintain his grip on this set. A total reversal of how their last match went. He just can't find any answers for this, picking Zeth off the Tetris for another straight win. A complete flip from that result on Italy. Zeth claws one back, showing plenty of grit to weather the initial damage and secure the kill. Zeth is putting up a real fight, erasing a mistake with another lightning-fast reaction. He just completely erased the deficit to even the score at 4-4. He is really validating that favorite status right now. Zeth secures another clean kill from the ramp to take the lead. A massive shift in power from where we started this map. Unbelievable! Omnic survives that absolute war of attrition by the skin of his teeth to level things up. He barely makes it out alive, outlasting Zeth in a total brawl to regain the lead. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, Zeth was supposed to be the stronger player here, but Omnic is actually holding his own. We've seen a real back and forth struggle from both sides. Let's see who blinks first. Omnic is putting up a serious fight despite his 6-10 record over the last day. So yeah, it seems like he's finally shaking off that rough stretch of matches. Now he just needs to stay composed to put this away. Omnic is running away with this, leading 9-5. The rating difference between the two isn't helping Zeth right now. Omnic is firmly in command with a 9-6 cushion. Zeth isn't backing down, picking up another one to keep his rally alive. He's starting to look like the top seed we expected. Omnic is staring down a 10-7 lead. He is really playing with high confidence despite his overall ranking. Zeth is really under pressure here. Just 2 more rounds and this is over. Another effortless touch for Omnic, and he is just 1 step away from victory. What a way to seal it! Omnic closes out the set with a flawless final act. He's really turning things around today, proving that his recent slump is finally behind him. Welcome everyone to the arena. Lancer and Omnic are facing off today to see who can reach 13 rounds first. What a scrap to start the map. Both players were hammered, but Lancer manages to edge out the victory. Lancer is putting his usual advantage on display since he holds a higher win rate on this specific layout. It's a strong start for the favorite, but we have to remember that Omnic actually came out on top in their most recent encounter. Now we see if that previous result carries over. He's simply outclassing him right now, taking a full 4 rounds without dropping a single point. That's a total turnaround from the Dunes match they just finished. He is just completely taking over this series, pushing his lead to a full 5 rounds. Both players have a very similar standing on the ladder. Omnic finally responds with a fast win to get back on the board. He's fighting to prove that the gap in the ratings is negligible. Lancer still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion here. Another fast one, and now he's making this a real contest. Lancer is really leaning into that high volume of experience, having played over 7,900 matches across the league. That's a massive amount of sample size compared to what Omnic has brought to the table. We're seeing that veteran poise translate into a very steady lead right now. Lancer holds a firm 7-3 lead as we restart. He is definitely shaking off those 2 recent losses from earlier today. Lancer is just refusing to let him breathe, putting an immense amount of pressure on Omnic as we head toward the heft. He's really reclaiming the control he had in most of their past meetings. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the top seed is doing exactly what he needs to do here. He looked very sharp during that 5-round run to establish this gap. Omnic just punished that aggressive play, taking Lancer right off the boost to stay in this. His ranking barely differs from the oppositions on the ladder. Lancer is really cruising now with a 9-5 advantage. Both of them have had some tough results over the last day. Lancer is practically untouchable, pushing a 10-5 lead. Just a couple of ranks apart on the ladder, but the difference in form is stark. Omnic is certainly refusing to go down quietly, continuing to fight back against the odds. Still a tall mountain to climb from here. Lancer is putting on a huge display of speed, ending that latest exchange in barely a second. A completely clean exchange, and now Lancer is sitting on match point. Simply too sharp for him to handle. Omnic secures an arrow victory here to push himself back into the fight. He's fighting for every single inch of ground now. That was an absolute war, but Omnic manages to claw out another win here. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he keeps his composure. And there it is. Lancer closes out the series with an effortless final strike. He's completely reset the momentum here and gets his revenge for that previous loss on the Dunes. Welcome everyone. We have Zeth and Lancer facing off on orange, with the slight favorite looking to secure a win. Lancer usually holds the advantage on this specific layout. It's a nice cushion to have when you're fighting for a lead. We'll see if Zeth can flip the script after winning their last head-to-head. Lancer's really rolling now with a commanding 2-0 lead. The two of them are locked in a dead heat on the ladder. He is simply untouchable right now, taking full control of the server. An interesting flip from that narrow 13-7 result they had earlier. Another effortless win for Lancer, who is just completely overwhelming his opponent. His 8-9 record today hasn't stopped this hot start. Zeth finally answers back, putting a halt to that run. They're basically dead even on the ladder ranking. What a fight! Lancer barely scrapes through that one, surviving by a thread to take a 5-1 lead. These two are basically mirror images on the ladder. Zeth has been on an incredible run lately with an 11-6 record over the last day. He's clearly carrying a lot of confidence into this duel. It'll be interesting to see if he can use that heat to close the distance on the scoreboard. He's showing some real grit, keeping the pressure on with another win to narrow the gap. Lancer is starting to look a bit shaky after that strong opening. Unbelievable. He's completely shifted the tide, taken a third straight round to pull within one. He's proving exactly why he's a threat tonight. Lancer manages to dig himself out of a tough spot to reclaim the lead. The favorite is showing a bit more stability as this match progresses. Zeth keeps his hopes alive with a tough fight, narrowing this gap right before the break. The tension is peaking as we head into the halfway point. We've got a dead tie at 6-6, and honestly, Zeth is looking much stronger than the oddsmakers predicted. He's fighting his way back into this, completely neutralizing Lancer's map advantage so far. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer pulls back ahead with a thin 7-6 edge. Both these guys are sitting right next to each other on the ladder. Lancer secures a pair of rounds to go up 8-6. A bit of a different story than that close encounter with Omnic today. Zeth is refusing to go away, taking a clean round to bring this almost level. He's quickly finding the gaps in the defense. He secures a dominant spot on the ramp to lock things up at 8-8. He's completely wiped out Lancer's previous lead in a matter of seconds. Lancer claws back the advantage to lead 9-8. He's playing with a massive amount of experience under his belt. Lancer extends his grip, pushing out to a 10-8 lead. The higher seeded player is struggling to stop this bleeding. He's just too sharp right now, extending the lead to 11-8 after 3 straight. This is looking like a completely different story than their last encounter. A huge response from Zeth to put a stop to that run and stay in the game. The pressure is really starting to mount on the higher seeded player. Lancer recovers instantly to put himself on the verge of victory. Expectations are definitely being met in this final stretch. He almost went down in that one. That was a nerve-wracking close call for the underdog. Absolute perfection to close it out. Lancer secures the final point and takes the victory. He really held his nerve there in the clutch. Zeth played out of his mind, but he just couldn't get that last push. He had to work for that. Welcome to the show. Zeph and Omnic are facing off on fast aim, with Zeph entering the match as the favorite. Both of them fought for that ramp, but Zeph had the faster reaction to start the match. Omnic answers right back to even these up. We've got a real toss-up on our hands early on. This follows a similarly close result between them earlier today. Zeth is really utilizing that window height to keep the pressure on Omnic. That's a solid rebound after losing 7-13 to his opponent in their last match. Zeth is really starting to build some momentum here after that clean finish from the window. He's taking total control after their previous encounter today. Zeth manages to secure another win from the ramp, taking a commanding 4-1 lead. Zeth is definitely making up for that tough loss earlier today. He just cannot be stopped right now, picking up another flawless round. This looked completely different from the first clash they had today. Omnic secures a quick response to keep things competitive. The gap between them on the ladder is virtually non-existent. He's showing a lot of heart, keeping his cool to secure another round. The momentum is shifting rapidly toward the underdog. He is putting on a clinic now, making it 3 straight to bring this series right back to a 1-round difference. Zeth looks completely shaken after that sequence. Simply incredible. He just equalized the match, erasing a huge deficit with 4 straight wins. The favorite is now fighting for his life in this match. Zeth shuts him down from the window to reclaim a slim lead. He really wants to flip the script after that previous head-to-head loss. We are all tied up at 6-6, and honestly, this is exactly the type of brawl we expected from these two. They've both traded 4-round streaks, so it's a complete toss-up heading into the second half. Time for a total reset. Zeth edges ahead again, holding a narrow 7-6 advantage. He looks much more comfortable than during those previous matchups. Zeth completely shuts that down, catching Omnic before he could even get off the ramp. A narrow gap in their rankings makes this a fierce battle. The streak continues for Zeth, and he's now firmly in the driver's seat. The head-to-head record definitely favors him in the long run. He just won't slow down, putting himself a 4-round stretch ahead. It's a harsh reality for the bottom tier of the ladder right now. He is simply untouchable right now, extending his run to 5 straight. A much-needed stop to regain some composure. His lower rank hasn't kept him out of the fight. Zeth reacts instantly to put himself in a position to end the game right here. What a way to close it out. Zeth secures the final kill to take the series. He just looks way too sharp today. Omnic fought hard, but the skill gap really showed up when it counted. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Lancer and Omnic facing off today, with Lancer entering the match as the favorite. Lancer holds a slight edge in their head-to-head history. Well, it's an incredibly tight gap, and we're seeing that parity reflected in how this early round played out. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can maintain this pressure. Lancer's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Lancer is making this look easy after their last meeting. What a scramble! Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange to even the score at 2-2. That was a nail-biter. He practically walked away from that one. Lancer pulls ahead again, claiming a commanding 3-2 lead. The rating difference is small, but that looks to be paying off. And just like that, Omnic brings us back to a dead heat at 3-all. He's definitely making his presence felt despite that rank gap. Omnic is really building some head steam here, putting a lot of pressure on Lancer. He's simply outclassing the competition right now, securing another effortless victory. Lancer answers back immediately, keeping the deficit to just 1. Lancer has a high 50% win rate on this particular map. It's interesting to see that edge completely evaporate given how Omnic is playing today. He's refusing to let the favorite settle into a rhythm. We're all square at 6-6 as we head into the break. You know, this is exactly what you'd expect for a matchup this close. Lancer has a stronger overall record here, but Omnic is proving he can hold his ground. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer edges back in front to take a 7-6 lead. He really seems to have his number today. Lancer really punished that mistake, taking the win from a high position. His recent run of form is starting to really show. Omnic holds the higher ground, securing that win from the box to keep things tight. He's fighting hard for a second win in their most recent meetings. Total deadlock now, as Lancer and Omnic sit tied at 8. He's really challenging the expected outcome of this series. That's 3 in a row for the underdog, and he's starting to look completely unstoppable. A complete flip from that recent 13-8 result. Incredible fight, Lancer barely survives that exchange to bring the series back to a dead heat. He keeps finding a way to claw back from the edge. Omnic seizes a slim lead, moving ahead 10-9. He's definitely making the most of his chances today. Omnic is starting to look like the one in control here, pushing his lead to 2. A complete turnaround from their previous encounter. We're right back to a 1-round gap. Neither of these two is letting the other pull away. He's fighting to get that lifetime head-to-head lead back. An absolute slugfest that ends with Omnic coming out on top, putting him just 1 round away from the win. Lancer simply can't find the answers to shut him down. Unbelievable. Omnic secures the series with a lightning-fast kill to close out the map. He really stepped up and closed that gap in their head-to-head history. Lancer did everything he could, but just wasn't fast enough. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Berserk League. Zeth and Lancer are facing off on Italy, with Lancer entering as the slight favorite. Lancer jumps right out of the gate with a strong start, utilizing that high ground to secure the early lead. Lancer currently leads the head-to-head Series 5-4. He's looking to widen that gap since the two are practically identical in our rankings. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can actually find a way to close this gap. We've hit the deadlock with both players sitting at 2. Lancer had the read there, picking him right off the wine to reclaim the lead. Tied up at 3. This is getting intense. Neither player is given an inch tonight. Zeth finally pulls ahead, now leading by a single round. He's playing with a lot more confidence after that 13-7 win over Omnic. Zeth is simply untouchable right now, taking a commanding lead with 3 straight. He really needs to shake off that rough start to his day. Another clean round for Zeth, who now has a comfortable 3-round cushion. He's definitely making up for that loss earlier today. Lancer responds instantly, putting a stop to that run with a perfectly placed shot. Exactly what you expect from the favorite when he's pushed into a corner. Zeth is putting up quite a number with a 12-7 record over the last day. Well, it's clear that current momentum is overriding the usual map statistics. Lancer really needs to find a response if he wants to avoid the second loss to him today. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, he's fighting against a dismal 35% win rate on Italy, but he's firmly in control right now. Let's see if Lancer can flip the script on the second half. Zeth keeps the pressure on, extending his lead to 8-5. The gap between them on the ladder is practically non-existent. Zeth is just cruising now, pushing it to 9-5. He's looking much sharper than in that earlier meeting today. He's completely taking over, securing his 3rd straight with an effortless shot. A terrifying sequence of rounds for Zeth, who just brushed another one aside. Lancer finds his mark here, putting a momentary stop to the onslaught. Lancer is starting to claw back into this, really putting the pressure on Zeth now. He's fighting a tough uphill battle right now. Lancer is on fire. He's just scorched through another round to keep the momentum swinging his way. He is absolutely steamrolling through this comeback, marking another victory in this red-hot run. What a turnaround! He shuts down the comeback attempt and secures match point. A huge relief for Zeth, stopping that collapse just in time. Lancer stays composed in that firefight, refusing to let the match slip away just yet. He's proving why the pre-match odds were in his favor. What a scrap! He barely escapes with his life after a brutal exchange to keep the dream alive. Zeth is definitely feeling the heat now. What a battle to finish it all off. Zeth survives the chaos to secure the victory. He really held his nerve there to fight back, and even the score in their head-to-head history, a grueling battle. What a fight! Welcome everyone, Zeph and Omnic are stepping into the arena, with Zeph entering today's match as the clear favorite. Zeph really has a grip on this specific pairing, holding a 53% lifetime win rate over Omnic. He's clearly carrying that historical confidence into today's meeting. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace. Things are all leveled up now between Omnic and Zeth. He's playing a bit more focused than the last time they clashed. Zeth's pulling ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. He's riding quite a wave after that 13-11 result against Lancer. Omnic manages to outplay him there, picking Zeth right off the Tetris blocks. Zeth holds the edge now, leading 3-2. He is clearly in a strong flow state today. Zeth keeps pushing, extending his lead to 4-2. Zeth puts a stamp on the series, taking the round from the box to reach 3 in a row. He refuses to go away quietly, digging in to snap the momentum. He's definitely playing with a lot more urgency now. Zeth has a 70% win rate in his last 10 games, which is an incredible jump in form over the last few days. I mean, it really shows why he's just tearing through these rounds. Now, we just have to see if Omnic can find any answer for him. Another point for Zeth, who looks completely untouchable as we head into the break. The rating difference isn't nearly as vast as the scoreline suggests. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead into the intermission. Well, the higher rated player is doing exactly what he needs to do. Omnic has a few rounds of his own, but he's struggling to close the gap. Omnic needs to wake up now. Omnic manages to claw one back, trailing by 3. A bit of a different story than that last duel they had today. He's refusing to let this match slip, securing another effortless win to keep the pressure on. The momentum is swinging back toward the underdog. He's on a tear now, keeping the momentum shifted firmly in his favor. He's completely rewritten the script since the half. Zeth stops the momentum shift and puts a 2-round cushion back in his favor. Zeth keeps a solid 3-point lead at 10-7. His target practice today has been an absolute breeze. Omnic proves he's not going down without a fight, keeping this series alive. His resilience is starting to play a huge role here. Another quick snapshot from Omnic, who looks completely composed while closing in on a comeback. Unbelievable! Omnic has completely erased that deficit and now stands on even ground. Man, that's an incredible shift in power right now. Zeth answers back immediately to put himself back in control. The higher rating difference is starting to speak for itself. The comeback is complete. He's fighting his way back to a dead heat at 11-11. Absolutely nails the timing on that duel. Zeth finds a huge opening from the ramp to put himself just 1 round away from victory. What a shot! He stays ice cold to force a tie and send us into overtime. Pure chaos as they head into the extra frames. A brutal exchange of fire, but he hangs on to take a 1-round lead. He really knows how to play with his heart racing. What a scramble! He barely edges out that close fight to take complete control of the map. He's absolutely staring down the victory now. absolutely suffocating. He's now just one round away from closing this out after that clinical finish. Zeth claws back another one, refusing to let this match end without a fight. A quick burst of action to keep things interesting. He closes it out with a perfect finish, sealing the series and completing an incredible journey. He really fought his way back from the brink to take this one. Talk about an unbelievable turnaround from the start. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Orange. Lancer and Omnic are ready to battle it out to see who can reach 13 rounds first. What a scramble! Both players poured out damage, but Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange. Lancer is currently operating at a 43% win rate here on this map. That puts him in a much stronger position than Omnic historically. It will be interesting to see if he can turn that statistical advantage into a lead as these two move deeper into the set. He is absolutely on fire, putting together a huge 3-round burst to seize control of the map. Another clean sweep for Lancer, and he's just not letting up. Slightly surprising given their dead even historical record together. Unreal, both players were shredded in that exchange, but Lancer manages to survive a brutal firefight. Definitely a shift from their last encounter on the dunes. He is simply untouchable right now, taking a full 6 in a row. His recent form has been a bit shaky coming into this. Omnic finally answers back with a crisp headshot to put a halt to that run. Lancer is currently holding a 7-2 lead, which is a stark contrast to how these two usually match up. We know the betting odds generally favor the man on top here, but their head-to-head history is a perfect split across 28 games. Lancer really needs to close these out while he has the momentum. Lancer is cruising along with a commanding 8-3 lead. It's a strong bounce back for him after those tough losses earlier. Lancer heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. Well, everything is going exactly as the pre-match projections suggested. Omnic has his back against the wall and needs a total turnaround to stay in this series. Time to see a response from Omnic. Wow! Both players were absolutely shredded in that fight, but he barely walks away from the chaos. That was a nail-biter, he just barely held on there. He's just completely in control here, making it look easy to put up a double-digit lead. It is a massive shift in momentum from that recent clash of the units. He's completely shut the door on any comeback hopes, moving just one step away from victory. He's clearly found the right rhythm for this specific matchup. Absolute carnage in the final fight. Lancer survives by a thread to close out the map. He really looked like he was in another league today, just completely outclassing his opponent from the start. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zeph and Lancer take the stage on Mappas for this close contest. Zeph has the slight edge on this map with a 46% win rate, and honestly, he's carrying some confidence after taking their most recent encounter. Lancer has plenty of experience to draw on, but he'll need to shake off that early loss quickly. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's simply too fast for his opponent. Lancer can't seem to find any answers right now. He finds his footing from the ramp and manages to secure a crucial round. The underdog is fighting back to keep this close. Zeph is just dominating, leading by a massive free. A real toss-up between these two, considering they're sitting right next to each other on the ladder. What a fight! Zeth claws his way out of that exchange with just a sliver of health left. Zeth really seems to have the upper hand today. Zeth manages another effortless kill from the ramp to stretch the lead to 6-1. Lancer's experience isn't translating into results today. A sharp response from Lancer to pick up another point. The two of them are practically tied on the ladder. Zeth has managed a 13-8 record over the last day. It's impressive how well he's been playing throughout this session. Still, Lancer has way more historical data on the line, with thousands of matches played, and he's starting to look like the more composed player in this specific series. Lancer is simply on a roll, picking up another for a 4-round surge as we approach the half. He's almost completely erased that early deficit before we head to a break. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. You know the underdog is actually defying the odds here. Lancer fought back hard with a 4-round run, but Zeth is still standing his ground. Fresh start for both of them. Zeth pushes it to 8-5, really asserting his control. It's a very tight battle between these two in the rankings. That's a flawless sequence from Lancer, showing real grit as he keeps chipping away at this deficit. Clean efficiency from him to stop the slide. Zeth regains some breathing room at 9-6. A lightning fast reaction to put the pressure back on. Zeth hits double digits now, moving further ahead at 10-6. His recent form in the last 10 matches really shows. He's completely shut the door on that comeback, picking up his 3rd straight win. His higher historical win rate isn't reflecting in this specific set. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through that fight to put himself on the verge of victory. Zeth is just refusing to give an inch today. Lancer responds with a quick burst to stay in the fight. Lancer finally finds some breathing room in a tight spot. A second consecutive victory for Lancer to keep the dream alive. He's finally putting together a decent run. And that is it! Zeth finishes the job with a clean kill to close out the match. He really proved his dominance today, securing another victory over a rival he's been trading blows with all season. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We have Zeth and Omnic facing off, with the favorite looking to secure a strong victory. A strong start for Zeth, claiming a quick victory from the ramp. He looks like he's carrying that favorite tag right now. Zeth holds a narrow advantage in their head-to-head history, and honestly, it seems like he's playing with a lot of confidence after that previous win against Lancer. I wonder if Omnic can find some answers before things get out of hand. Omnic answers back with a clean trade on the ramp to keep this game competitive. The underdog has to step up if he wants to survive here. Zeth is just dominating this series, leading 4-1. He's looking for a bit of revenge after that last loss. Both of them were trading heavy damage, but Omnic showed a lot of heart to survive that exchange. That fight was a complete nail-biter. Unbelievable! He barely survives a chaotic exchange to pull the score within one. He's really starting to dig in his heels now. He just completely took over, using the ramp to bring this series level at 4-4. The script has completely flipped for this underdog. Another clean play by Omnic, who takes the lead with 4 straight wins. It's a totally different environment than what we expected today. Zeth shuts down the momentum swing to bring things dead even at 5 apiece. Absolute carnage in this exchange, but Zeth claws it back to take the lead. His 14-8 record today is proven to be the difference. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. Well, Zeth was supposed to run away with this one, but Omnic refuses to go down quietly. This is essentially a coin flip going into the switch. Time for a clean slate. Zeth was way too fast there, picking him right off the ramp to reclaim the lead. A total flip from their last clash on Blame map. What a brawl. Both players were nearly out of health, but Omnic survives the chaos to even things up. Pure chaos in that sequence, but he somehow kept his cool. Another hard-fought victory for Omnic, showing great poise to keep this rally moving forward. The pressure is really mounting for Zeth right now. Zeth claws back into a dead heat at 8 apiece. The overall head-to-head record definitely favors that side of the map. Zeth edges back ahead with a tight 9-8 lead. He's looking more comfortable now after a tough run of games earlier today. He's really starting to stack up the wins, extending his control over the series. A nice recovery after dropping that last set on Blame map. What an absolute scrap! He walks away from that disaster with barely any health left. Absolute heart stopper, but he manages to keep the lead. Omnic digs deep to win another tight exchange, showing some serious fight here. The pressure is on the favorite to close this out. He completely shuts down the attempt at a run, proving just how tough he is to put away. He has completely shaken off those early nerves. He manages to come out on top in a brutal exchange, putting him just 1 round away from the finish. He looks completely unshakable in this closing stretch. He just keeps fighting back, picking Zeth right off the ramp to stay alive in this. He barely claws his way through that disaster to tie the series at 12 apiece. Pure survival instinct from the underdog to force this situation. That was way too fast. Zef is just reading him like an open book right now. A critical moment for the 34 ranked player to respond. Zeth is really putting on a clinic here, stacking up these quick rounds to put a huge dent in the momentum. That level of control matches the historical edge he holds in this matchup. Zeth is simply too fast today, extending his lead to 3 straight wins. He's completely outclassed him in their most recent encounters. And that is it. Zeth closes out the series with a perfect final blow. He really pushed him to the brink of defeat, but that overdue victory was just waiting to happen. Truly gutsy effort from Omnic. What a battle. Welcome to the Dunes. Lancer takes on Omnic today to see who can secure the first 13 rounds. Lancer currently holds a slight lead in their head-to-head record with 15 wins overall. Well, that historical advantage really seems to be playing into his hands right now, especially after that blowout win they shared in their last meeting. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can break that cycle. Lancer is comfortably in control with a 2-1 lead. A tight exchange, but he manages to hold the lead. Omnic is really starting to pile on the pressure here, quickly cleaning up Lancer from the box. He's just completely taken over this game, making it 3 in a row for Omnic. A sharp response from Lancer to bring things completely level. Lancer is definitely proving he's the more consistent player in this pair. Omnic edges ahead by 1, keeping his momentum strong. Lancer is playing just as fast as he needs to, taking that shot from the ground and shutting down the high ground. Lancer is really finding his stride, picking Omnic right off the box to stretch this lead. A very similar result to their recent clash on Orange. We're back to a dead heat at 5 apiece. They've really closed the gap from that blowout on Orange. A huge swing in momentum for the lead. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. Honestly, Lancer is staying competitive, just like the analysts predicted. Both players are keeping it close, but the top seed is still fighting to keep his map edge. Let's see who blinks first. Lancer strikes back to push his lead to 7-6. The lower rated player is definitely fighting back to stay in this. Lancer is clearly in top form today, having converted 10 of his last 22 matches, and looking at how he's pressing the pace right now, he seems to be in a much better spot mentally than Omnic. I wonder if that gap is starting to widen as we approach the finish line. Pure chaos now, both fighters sitting at 8 apiece. The pace is just blindingly fast right now. Lancer is really digging in his heels here, refusing to let Omnic claw back a lead. Both these competitors have had a rough run of form today. Lancer pulls ahead, putting a 2-round cushion between them. That was a lightning fast conclusion to that exchange. Absolute control now, as he continues this hot streak to push the advantage to 11-8. Just another show-in where his higher rating provides the difference. Goodness, what a frantic exchange! Lancer barely scrapes through that one to reach 12. It's a tough spot for the underdog to climb out of. Omnic manages to slow things down with a sharp, effortless strike. What a finish! Lancer shuts the door on this match and claims the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit today, but the top seed had a couple of too many clutch escapes to let it slip. Welcome to the arena. We've got Zeth and Lancer facing off to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Zeth holds a slight edge in their head-to-head history with 6 total wins. It's interesting because Lancer actually has a more consistent track record on this particular map. We'll see if that local advantage is enough to carry him through the early game. Lancer is comfortably in control with a 2-1 lead. He's fighting from a slightly lower spot on the ladder. Zeth is starting to look dangerous, taking a strong position on the Tetris to force this deadlock. Unbelievable. He has completely flipped this match on its head, taking a commanding 3-round surge. The momentum is mirroring their previous 13-8 result. Lancer responds quickly to level the score at 3-3. A total toss-up for who's better right now. Lancer claws back ahead, pushing the lead to 4-3. Lancer is proving why he's generally the favorite going into this. Zeth manages to secure a huge position on the ramp and holds it well to bring this series back to a dead even split. The matchup is a toss-up, especially with those ratings so close. Zeth just edges ahead to claim a 5-4 advantage. He's definitely bringing that energy from his 15-8 run today. He's simply on another level right now, continuing his run to a 2-round lead. Things are looking tricky for Lancer, who's coming off an 11-12 day. Absolute control from the leader, keeping the pressure high just before the switch. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, Lancer is looking completely lost here. He was expected to control this game, but that 5-round streak by Zeth has put him in a deep hole. Lancer needs to shake it off. Zeth is showing a lot of confidence coming into this set after his 15-8 run today. You know, it's really impressive how he's managing to keep Lancer at arm's length despite the rankings being nearly identical. He's definitely playing with a lot of poise right now. Zeth is just cruising along with a huge 10-5 lead. It's a surprising turn of events for someone sitting at rank 28. Lancer manages to shut that down and clear Zeth off the Tetris. That was a sharp trade to keep things competitive. Lancer just can't find a way to string together any real momentum right now. He is really dominating their head-to-head history today. Zeth shuts the door on that brief rally and stands on the verge of victory. Lancer is really struggling to put up a fight against him. Lancer delivers a lightning-fast reaction to pick Zeth right off the Tetris. Lancer is showing a bit more fight now. What a finish! Zeth takes complete control from the ramp to secure the victory. Lancer just couldn't get the footing today, and that's a huge statement win for someone who's normally the underdog here. Welcome to the arena, everyone! We've got Zeth and Omnic facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Zeth really holds the edge in the long run with a 53% win rate against Omnic. He's actually entering this clash on a strong 3-game streak. We'll see if that confidence continues to pay off here. Omnic is quick to react and shuts Zeth down right there on the ramp. His confidence is shaky after a string of losses today. Zeth is playing very comfortably right now, securing that victory from the ramp to keep his lead. Omnic is really digging a deep hole at 3-1. The favorite is putting on a real clinic right now. Unreal, both players were nearly empty, but he closed out the victory by a total hair. Coming off a rough day with only 9 wins in his last 24. He's completely in control now, extending that streak to 4. The momentum reflects what we saw in their previous encounter today. He's simply untouchable right now, securing another victory from the toolbox to reach 6. He just won't slow down, putting up a huge 6-round run to get to 7-1. Zeth looks just as sharp as he did in their last meeting. That's 7 straight. He's completely taking over the match. He's putting that higher rating into practice right now. Finally, Omnic manages to pick him off the ramp to hold that run. A much needed moment of breathing room for him. Zeth is really capitalizing on his recent momentum, coming in with a positive 16-8 record from the last 24 hours. That looks like it's providing a huge psychological boost compared to how Omnic has been struggling today. Now he just needs a couple more rounds to close this out. Zeth takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, we expected this to be a toss-up based on their map history, but he's just outclassing Omnic today. He's in complete command. Omnic barely holds on as Zeth stays firmly ahead at 10-3. Omnic is really fighting an uphill battle after a tough stretch today. Omnic is staying resilient, catching Zeth right in the window to keep this fight going. He's certainly playing the role of the underdog today. Zeth manages to shut Omnic down on the ramp, keeping the momentum on his side. Zeth is absolutely lightning quick here, putting himself just 1 round away from the victory. What a finish! He almost lets it slip away, but fights back to close out the match. He's really proving to be a nightmare for Omnic this week, just refusing to let up from start to finish. Welcome to the Berserk League. Lancer and Omnic are facing off on Italy to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Lancer currently holds a slight 16-14 lead in their head-to-head history. He also comes into this with a victory over Omnic in their very last meeting. It will be interesting to see if that confidence carries through today. Lancer is just barely edging ahead right now. He's desperate for a strong showing after that rough run of losses. Omnic just barely stalled this momentum, but Lancer was right back in control for that one. He's definitely playing like the favorite here. Lancer's really running away with this, leading 4-1. Omnic has really struggled to find any traction today. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, walking away from that duel completely unscathed. Lancer is completely taking over, picking up another round without letting his opponent touch him. Omnic reacts quickly to pluck Lancer right off the vine. A quick shift in momentum for the lower ranked player. Lancer is currently playing at a high level today, outperforming his 45% lifetime win rate in these early rounds. It's showing that his overall experience over thousands of matches is starting to outweigh Omnic's efforts. He's really showing a level of consistency that should be hard to disrupt. Lancer is just dominating this, pushing his lead to 8-3. Lancer was just a hair too slow on that exchange. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything we're seeing here fits the pre-game narrative. Omnic is just struggling to keep up with his opponent's pace. Time to swap sides. Omnic claws back to 5, but Lancer still cruising. Both of these guys have been struggling with their recent form lately. Lancer keeps the pressure high at 9-5. The higher rated player here is definitely stepping up. Lancer is really starting to pull away here, putting a serious dent in any hope for a comeback. He looks much more comfortable than he did in that match against Seth. Shattering that momentum entirely, Lancer keeps rolling with another straightforward victory. The gap in their map history is really starting to manifest. Wow, both of them were trading heavy damage there, but Omnic barely survives that brutal exchange. Omnic is putting up a real fight here, refusing to let Lancer close this out easily. That was a way cleaner finish than the previous one. Lancer returns to his best form, putting himself in a position to seal the deal. What a finish! Lancer secures the final round with absolute precision to close out the series. Lancer just looks too sharp today, putting together a really convincing performance to keep his lead in this rivalry. Welcome to Redline. We have Zeth and Lancer facing off today to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Zeth is really heating up with a 17-8 record over the last day. It's clear that momentum is carrying over from his recent success against Lancer. I wonder if that psychological edge allows him to overcome Lancer's historical advantage on this map. Lancer holds a narrow lead as we head back in. Zeth is definitely feeling the pressure after that 13-7 defeat on Blame. What a scrap! He barely hangs on with a tiny sliver of health to keep this run going. It's a surprising turn given Zeth's head-to-head lead. Lancer is simply taking over, catching his opponent from the ramp to make it 4 straight. Incredible, he survives a total war of attrition to pull another one back. Just a sliver of health left after a wild exchange. Another quick one for Zeth, who is refusing to let this match slide away. The favorite is finally starting to find some footing. Lancer has really stepped up his game to capitalize on his higher win rate on this map. Well, it's putting the pressure on Zeth to prove that his recent success is sustainable. He'll need to adjust quickly to avoid falling further behind. Zeth manages to drag himself out of that dogfight and knocks him off the ramp. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Lancer manages to secure the ramp and put himself back in a comfortable position here. He's showing a lot of poise right now. Lancer is really moving fast through these exchanges, just picking Zeth right off the ramp. Lancer looks focused after that tough loss earlier today. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and frankly, this is exactly how we expected the map to go. Zeth is fighting hard, but Lancer is using his experience on red line to keep the upper hand. Time to see if Zeth can rally. Lancer is just too sharp today, quickly cleaning him off the boxes to put a real dent in Zeth's hopes. Lancer is really starting to exert his control here. Zeth isn't letting up, showing some real grit to close the gap further. It's starting to look like a much closer series than the odds suggested. What an absolute war! Zeth barely walks away from that one, continuing his surge back into the game. Zeth is proving why he entered this set with the edge. Lancer still holds a 2-round cushion over Zeth. The higher seed is really struggling to find an answer. A flawless burst puts him right back in the game. That was an incredibly clean kill to keep the pressure high. Lancer secures the ramp and really starts to pull away from this series. It's a tough spot for the higher ranked man here. Lancer is quickly widening the gap, leaving Zeth with a steep climb to get back into this. It's a huge flip from that dominant win on Blame. Zeth keeps the comeback alive, holding his ground on the ramp for another count. Lancer has a narrow cushion, but he's starting to look vulnerable. Lancer shuts that down instantly, moving him just 1 point away from victory. He's looking completely composed compared to his previous matches today. Zeth digs deep to win this slugfest and keep his hopes alive. An incredibly timely response to stop the bleeding. What a fight! He refuses to go down and digs in from the ramp to keep this match going. Pure tenacity from the lower seed to stay in the hunt. What a finishing shot! Lancer shuts the door and secures the victory. He really clawed his way back into the series, but that final push was just too much to handle. Zeth fought tooth and nail for every single round. Hard fought win. Welcome to the Dunes. Let's see if Omnic can bounce back today as he takes on Zeph. Zeph is carrying a lot of momentum into this series after going 17-9 over the last day. That strong form seems to be weighing on Omnic, who has had a much rougher time lately. It'll be a struggle for the underdog to close the gap. Zeph holds a tight lead now, 2 rounds up. His overall head-to-head edge over the opposition is starting to show. Zeph is really capitalizing on those height advantages early on, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic right now. A fast reaction there from Omnic to shut that down and clear Zeph off the box. Zeph is dominating, holding a commanding 4-2 lead. He's really showing that head-to-head dominance right now. Omnic actually holds a slight edge on this specific map, so yeah, it's surprising to see him falling behind this quickly. We're seeing the individual talent gap a lot more than the map preference here. Omnic responds with a quick reaction to secure another round. An important moment for the lower rated player to dig in. Zeph is running away with this, leading 7-3. Omnic is really struggling to put up a fight today. Zeph is just outclassing him now, pushing to 8-3. Zeth heads into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. Everything is going according to plan here. Despite Omnic having a better historical win rate on this map, he's just not keeping up with Zeth's pace right now. Time to shake things up. Omnic claws back a bit, but Zeth still leads 8-5. Omnic really needs to dig deep for this match. He is showing some real grit, putting together another smooth win to trim that lead. It's a huge shift for the man who entered today as a heavy underdog. He just can't be stopped right now, completely neutralizing Zeth from that box. He's completely locked in and fighting his way back into this. Unbelievable. Zeth barely survives that brutal exchange, walking away from the carnage with almost nothing left. He's refusing to go away, continuing this impressive surge to keep things close. The gap in their skill levels is completely evaporating right now. What a turnaround. He's completely wiped the slate clean to bring this score dead even. A complete reversal of fortunes in this series. Zeth barely holds the edge at 10-9. Both of these players have struggled against Lancer recently. Zeth is quickly reclaiming his lead and looks like he's starting to pull away again. He's really starting to look like the favorite again. He continues to put up a fierce fight, keeping his hopes alive with another victory. This is a much tighter fight than expected given the ladder gap. Zeth gets the upper hand in that exchange and is now just a single round away from victory. Omnic needs a huge shift to keep this series alive. And there it is! Zeth closes out the series with a hard-fought finale to take the win. Omnic really pushed him to the limit there and almost pulled off the upset. He just couldn't seal the deal. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Lancer and Omnic facing off to see who can take the win today. Lancer holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with 17 wins over Omnic. It's a bit surprising to see him trailing right now, given how often he's come out on top in this rivalry. We have to see if he can regain that control. Lancer is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Omnic is really fighting an uphill battle today after those recent losses. What a scrap! Lancer barely manages to scrape through that exchange and he's now taken 3 straight. He's really carrying that recent momentum from his win over Zeph. Simply outclassed. He's claiming a 4th straight win with a total shutout. Lancer is just on fire right now, taking his 5th consecutive victory with total ease. He's completely taking over, securing another win from the boost to maintain his streak. It's similar to their previous encounter on Italy P. Absolutely ruthless, he keeps the momentum going with another effortless victory. Finally, Omnic finds a way through and puts a stop to that runaway run. It's a good wake-up call for a player who struggled recently. Omnic has been struggling with a 20% win rate in his last 10 outings. He's really fighting a downward spiral right now. We need to see if he can find some consistency before the halftime break. Lancer heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Well, this is exactly what we wanted to see from the favorite. He's completely controlling the map and looks poised for a quick finish. Siding up, let's get back to it. Unreal, he barely manages to walk away from that absolute brawl. He's continuing to outclass the opposition throughout this series. Lancer is making this look effortless, putting the pressure on for a very fast conclusion here. He closes that gap out fast, putting himself 1 round away from the victory. It's just a crushing difference in confidence today. Game over. A perfect finish for Lancer to close out the series with total authority. Omnic just couldn't keep up with that pace, especially after seeing those sub 1 second reactions earlier. Welcome to the show. Zef and Lancer are facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Unreal. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Zef just barely eked out the win. Lancer manages to shut Zeth down on the ramp, bringing us right back to a deadlock. Zeth really needed a strong start after that close call on redline. Lancer is quickly taking control here, putting a lot of pressure on Zeth with that second straight round win. Lancer is simply too fast right now, taking a commanding lead with 3 straight. He really looks like the better man today. Zeth quickly puts him down from the ramp to cut into that lead. The higher seeded player is starting to wake up. Total parity now, Zeth has fought back to 3-3. He's currently riding a strong wave of form from his last 10. Lancer bounces back to claim a narrow 4-3 lead. He really looks comfortable tonight. Zed looks great from the window, managing to keep this game tightly contested. We've seen a very balanced rivalry between these two lately. Zed clinches the edge, moving ahead 5-4. Hard to forget that 13-11 loss for the favorite on redline. Another flawless exchange for Zed, and he's now surged ahead with a 3-round tier. A really impressive 18-9 run for him over the last day. Lancer gets a clean look at Zed on the ramp, ending the momentum shift. Both players are essentially dead even on the ladder right now. We're all locked in at 6-6. While Zed has completely neutralized the map advantage Lancer usually enjoys, this is a dead heat heading into the second half. Fresh start for both players. What a scramble! He manages to hold the planks and survive a brutal shootout by a sliver of health. Pure tenacity from the lower rated man in this set. We've hit a total standstill with a 7-all tie. Lancer edges ahead again, holding a slim 1-round advantage. The head-to-head history actually tilts towards Zeth. Lancer is showing a lot of confidence today with those back-to-back wins. It's a huge shift in momentum, considering the betting outlook originally had the other way around. He's really seizing this advantage. Lancer's now just a hair ahead at 9-8. His overall experience in this series is slightly lower than Lancer's. Incredible. Zeth barely survives that exchange from the ramp to bring us back to a deadlock. Absolute ice in his veins to claw back the lead. Lancer holds his ground on the ramp, taking this round to push his lead back to 1. He's playing very efficiently for someone barely inside the top 30. What a battle! Both players were nearly gone, but Lancer just barely outlasted him in that chaos. The lead is back to a tie. Lancer just can't seem to keep the momentum shift in his favor. That was a lightning fast finish to keep the pressure high. Zeth is really putting on a show, refusing to let Lancer pull away in this set. This is a total toss-up based on their recent head-to-head clash. Absolute perfection from Zeth. He's now just 1 round away from taking the whole match. The higher seed is finally asserting his dominance. Lancer manages to win the fight on the ramp, and we are headed for overtime. This is turning into a real mirror match today. Lancer is really capitalizing on his current form, taking the lead right as we head into the extra rounds. An incredibly tight gap between these two on the ladder. Zeth just catches him right there on the ramp to keep things completely locked at 14 all. Quite the contrast to Lancer's dominant result against Omnic earlier today. Lancer just can't find any answers for him right now. Zeth is really controlling the pace. He is really fighting back from that defeat on red line. That was a complete shutout for Zeth, and he's now just a single round from victory. He's definitely looking like the more stable player right now. What a scramble! Lancer barely keeps his head above water to force this game to continue. A high-stress reset as the gap closes further. Lancer is practically untouchable right now, shutting Zeth down instantly to keep this deadlock alive. Lancer holds the upper hand now, leading 16-15. Zeth strikes back to level the playing field at 16-16. Lancer manages to break the tie to lead 17-16. His all-time win rate is slightly more consistent over those thousands of matches. Lancer is pulling away again with an 18-16 lead. It's a tough spot for the slight favorite to be in. Lancer has a massive 3-round cushion at 19-16. He really leaned on that experience to close it out. Zeth was absolutely relentless in those overtime exchanges. He had to earn every single point. What a fight! Welcome back to the Berserk League. We've got Zeth taking on Omnic today on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Zeth leads their lifetime head-to-head series with a total of 297 wins. He's been in much better shape lately compared to Omnic, who has struggled through a long string of losses today. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence gap continues to grow. Zeth is simply too fast right now, taking a third straight round without taking any damage. Omnic responds instantly, ending the bout in under a second to get back into the game. Zeth holds the high ground, taking the ramp to really put the pressure on here. Zeth is putting on a clinic, leading 5-1. He's carrying that confidence over from his recent 13-4 victory. Zeth has looked strong in their recent matches, especially coming off an 89 record over the last day. He definitely expects to control the pace, but the scoreline is tighter than those numbers suggest, and Omnic is showing a lot of resilience early on. Zeth keeps pulling ahead, now sitting comfortably at 6-3. He's really fighting an uphill battle given the rating gap between them. Omnic is finding a second wind, shutting down Zeth completely to stay in this fight. Omnic is proving that the odds for this match were a bit skewed. What a scramble! He scrapes through that chaos by the narrowest of margins to close out the half. That was an absolute nail-biter of a finish. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's really making the most of his map advantage here. Omnic is hanging in there, but he's struggling to stop those momentum swings. Time for Omnic to wake up. Zeth stretches his lead to 8-5 after that exchange. He's definitely fighting an uphill battle, despite the rating gap. He's refusing to back down, keeping the pressure high to cut that lead to 2. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Omnic secures the kill from the container, completely shutting out his opponent to keep this rally alive. The script is flipping on a head. Zeth puts a stop to that surge, reclaiming his control of the match. His overall win percentage is definitely leaning in his favor. Zeth keeps his grip on a commanding 10-7 lead. He's looking far more comfortable than his 39% career record suggests. A perfect pick by Omnic to secure another win and keep this rally moving. It's a huge swing for the man who entered as the underdog. Omnic is simply refusing to let Zeth pull away, putting a tight grip on this series. Zeth is looking a bit shaken after that last exchange. Zeth is starting to distance himself again, and he's just 2 rounds shy of the finish line. A completely untossed finish for the underdog, refusing to let Zeth seal this deal. Absolute chaos on this server as the lead shrinks to a single round. Zeth shuts the door on that rally and moves himself to match point. He's really proving why he was expected to take this series. And that's it. Zeth secures the final blow and claims the series. Omnic played the game of his life out there, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. What a fight. Welcome to the stream. Lancer and Omnic are facing off on orange, with Lancer entering the match as the favorite. Lancer owns the history here, leading their head-to-head series 18-14. But looking at the current form, Omnic is fighting from a tough spot after losing 8 of his last 10 matches. It will be interesting to see if that trend holds as this series develops. A messy trade that went the way of Omnic and is now firmly in control. It's quite a shift from that 13-3 blowout he took earlier. Lancer claws back around in a frantic firefight, barely surviving that exchange. That's a vital response for the higher rated man. Lancer remains composed, shutting down the opposition entirely to secure another round. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. A complete reversal of fortunes. He's put up a tremendous fight to bring things level. Absolutely incredible. He's just completely flipped the script to take a one-round lead. Lancer is completely untouchable right now, extending his run to 5 consecutive rounds. Lancer is really starting to assert himself here. Lancer is just on a different level, storming back from the early deficit with 6 straight wins. 7 in a row now. He's completely taken over this series. He's putting a massive amount of pressure on the underdog right now. Omnic manages to shake things up with a hard-fought exchange just before the side switch. Coming off a tough stretch in the last few games. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, everything is playing out as we expected with the higher rated player staying in front. Omnic did have a few flashes of brilliance, but Lancer is just too... Time to see who blinks first. Both players were trading heavy damage in a wild brawl, but Omnic shows real grit to survive and come out on top. That was an incredibly fast exchange to get the board moving again. Lancer digs in deep to survive that brutal trade and keep his lead. A key moment to keep the lead firmly in hand. That's a sharp response from the leader, completely erasing the pressure Omnic was building. That's a very clean look for him on this side. That was a complete shutdown and the momentum is firmly back in his favor. He's just totally locked in, picking up another effortless point to push the lead to 11-6. Omnic finds his mark and shuts that down quickly. A good look for the lower rated player to keep this competitive. Omnic is really starting to close the gap now, putting up a spirited fight. His lower rank isn't bothering him right now. He is simply refusing to back down, securing another quick point to keep this rally going. He shuts that rally down instantly, putting himself just a single round away from victory. Lancer is showing why he entered as the slight favorite today. What a way to close it out. Lancer secures the finish with a perfect shot to take the game. Omnic really put up a fight today, but he just can't seem to shake this losing streak. Welcome everyone to Redline. We've got Zeth and Lancer facing off in a close match to see who comes out on top. Lancer starts strong with the first lead, picking Zeth right off the ramp. He's looking to keep that momentum from their previous encounter. Lancer is just too sharp right now, making quick work of Zeth from that ramp position. A strong start for the slightly favored player here. He holds that ramp perfectly, moving his way up to a commanding 3-0 lead. He's looking very confident after that 1916 victory over Zeth earlier. He's absolutely crushing it, utilizing that ramp again to secure a 4th straight win. Zeth is really struggling to find an answer for him tonight. We'll be right back with more high-stakes action on Redline after a very quick timeout. Finally, a response from Zeth, coming through with a crisp shot to put a halt to that opening run. These two are historically very evenly matched. And we are back in action on Redline, with Lancer leading Zeth 4-1. Lancer has held a slight edge on this specific map, winning 48% of his matches here. It's a subtle difference, but that familiarity seems to be giving him the comfort he needs right now. Let's see if Zeth can find a way to close that gap. Zeth is refusing to let Lancer pull away, quickly reacting to a player tucked up on that ramp. That's a fair result given they're dead even over their last 14. That's another one for Zeth, who looks completely unfazed as he keeps clawing back into this match. He's on a roll now, securing another untainted kill to close the gap to just 1. Incredible, he's completely erased that early deficit to bring everything level at 6-all. What a turnaround for the underdog here. Zeth holds a narrow 7-6 lead going into the break. Well, we're seeing a total reversal of the pre-match script here. He's playing the role of the aggressor and is currently on pace to pull off a big win. Lancer needs to shake it off. Lancer strikes back to tie things up at 7-all. Lancer is definitely fighting to maintain his edge in this matchup. He's just too stubborn to give in, reclaiming a 1-round advantage. That was a quick exchange to pull ahead again. Zeth is showing incredible resolve, keeping his foot on the gas to extend that lead. Zeth edges ahead now with a tight 9-8. The two are truly fighting for every single point today. Lancer claws it back, leaving them deadlocked at 9. Lancer's consistency today is mirroring that strong form against Omnic. Lancer is just taking over now, securing his 3rd straight round in a row. He's playing incredibly composed, mirroring the way he handled those rounds against Omnic. Zeth puts a stop to the momentum and brings his whole series level. This looks like a complete toss-up at this point. Zeph is refusing to buckle, adding another victory to his count and extending that lead. His recent form against the top 50 really shines through here. Unbelievable. He barely survives with a single health point to move within 1 round of victory. That is an absolutely insane way to keep this run going. Absolutely unbelievable. Zeth closes out the match with a huge comeback victory. A total shutdown of that round as Lancer shows a huge amount of heart. He's making his stand, but the mountain is still steep. Lancer manages to secure another victory from the ramp as his push continues. The momentum is swinging right back toward his side now. Zeph answers right back, showing incredible grit to stay in control of this series. He's putting everything on the line to secure this series. He secures another huge win from the ramp, continuing this impressive rally. His focus is returning after that early struggle. He's on fire, simply too fast for his opponent as he moves into a commanding position. That was a lightning fast exchange. A perfect sequence of shots keeps this dream alive for Lancer. He keeps digging deep to avoid falling behind. Lancer strikes from the ramp to tie the score and put himself in a prime position to end this. The pressure is peaking as they enter deep waters. What a finish! Lancer closes out the series with an absolute stunner to secure the victory. He really pushed him to the absolute limit with those low HP scrambles, but he just couldn't close it out. What a fight! Welcome to Italy! Zed and Omnic are ready to go, with Zed entering the map as the stronger favorite today. What a scrap! Omnic narrowly survives a brutal exchange to take the opening round. Zeph enters this match with a strong historical advantage, having won 53% of their previous encounters. You can really see that confidence in the way he's playing. He's coming off a victory against Omnic just recently and looks very comfortable in this rivalry. Omnic is really finding the gaps today, quickly picking Zeph off the wine to build a solid cushion. Omnic claims another win from the wine, putting his opponent in a tough spot. This is quite a turnaround for the lower ranked player. He's simply untouchable right now, extending that streak to 4. Pure chaos for a guy who's been so consistent lately. Zeph earns a clean victory, picking the opponent off the wine. Another one for Zeth, who is showing some real grit to claw back into this set. The higher seed is finally starting to assert himself. Omnic has been struggling significantly lately, coming off a rough string of results in his last 10 matches. It makes this current lead even more impressive, considering how much pressure he's been under. He is clearly playing with a point to prove today. Another flawless shot for Zeth, who refuses to let this lead widen as the first half winds down. A huge shift in energy as we head toward the break. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, he's definitely defying the odds right now. Despite Zeth's higher rank, Omnic is playing the more disciplined game so far. Time to see if Zeth can respond. He continues his charge, proving he's far from finished despite that early deficit. The pressure is starting to mount for the underdog. Omnic still holds a 2-point edge over Zeth. He's certainly shaking off the rust after a brutal run of losses. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. That second fight was basically instantaneous. And that's a total reversal. Omnic is suddenly on a tear of his own. A huge result since he's been struggling so much this week. He's simply on fire, walking away from this fight without taking a single hit. It's a huge shift in form given the struggles we've seen from him today. Zeth manages to outlast his opponent in a tight duel to break that momentum. His rating puts him comfortably higher on the ladder. We have a quick technical timeout here, so hang tight while we get Zeth and Omnic back in action. Alright, we are back on Italy with Omnic leading Zeth 11-7. A sharp reaction from Omnic to seize control again, putting him just one step from victory. The momentum has completely shifted away from the favorite. Unbelievable. Omnic closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the series. He's finally broken that losing skid in a big way, proving he can handle the pressure of the favorites today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Lancer taking on Omnic today on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Lancer has consistently outperformed his opponent with a strong 58% head-to-head win rate. That historical advantage seems to be playing a part here given his recent form. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can disrupt that trend early on. Lancer's holding a tight lead with a 2-1 edge. He really seems to have the read on this opponent. Both of these guys are playing so fast right now, it's almost impossible to keep up with the pace. Unbelievable! He barely walks away from that firefight with his life, taking the lead 3-2. His recent form has been shaky, but he's looking strong right now. The momentum has completely shifted now, as Omnic continues to steamroll through this series. A surprising reversal compared to their last meeting on Blame Orange. Lancer finds his footing again, picking up a fast kill from the ramp. This looks a lot like their last encounter on Blame Orange. Omnic is really putting on a clinic here, quickly shutting down that angle from the ramp. Omnic barely edges ahead with a narrow 5-4 lead. His recent form is an absolute juggernaut right now. Omnic had the high ground there, clutching that win from the window to widen his gap. He's really fighting against that lower ladder rating today. Omnic pulls ahead by just 1, leading 6-5. He's certainly showing that higher rank in the ladder today. Omnic takes a surprising 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is completely defying the odds right now. He's making this a very tense match, despite his poor recent form. Time to switch it up. Lancer is in a tough spot after going 17-13 over the last day. It's quite a shift from how usually things go given he's consistently crushed this matchup. We're seeing Omnic put an immense amount of pressure on the frontrunner here. Lancer manages to shut him down on the ramp and keeps this comeback rolling. The pressure is mounting on Omnic now. He's really starting to narrow that gap. Omnic clings to a slim 2-round cushion at 9-7. The lower rated player is really holding his ground today. Absolutely effortless work by Lancer, showing some real grit as he pulls within 1 round. Omnic still holds the advantage with a 10-8 lead. He really can't get that momentum to stick right now. Omnic is really putting the squeeze on Lancer now, moving just a few steps closer to a victory. Lancer usually plays with a much larger cushion than this. Lancer just picked him right off the ramp, showing some impressive resolve to stay in this. Lancer is refusing to let this slip away just yet. Lancer keeps the pressure on, securing another clean kill to stay within striking distance. Lancer starting to close the distance quickly. Pure dominance from the ramp to level the score at 11-all. Total dead heat now heading into the home stretch. Omnic shuts down that comeback attempt with a huge play to move himself into the driver's seat. Lancer claims this one from the ramp, forcing a dead heat as we head into overtime. The tension is through the roof as we enter this extra period. He's simply untouchable right now, strolling to a 13-12 lead with another perfect round. He is just refusing to let a single round slip. Omnic manages to trade out that ramp advantage to bring things right back to a stalemate. A total reset here as we move into a sudden death scenario. A massive showing of willpower as Lancer claws back into the lead. A complete flip of the script in this overtime stretch. Lancer takes control from the flanks, putting his opponent in a desperate position. He's looking completely locked in during his closing moments. A huge response from Omnic to keep his hopes alive in this nail-biter. A lightning fast trade to shut down that momentum. Omnic manages to outduel him on the ramp, bringing the score dead even at 15-all. The pressure is simply astronomical now. Lancer pulls ahead for now, taking a narrow 16-15 command. Lancer edges further ahead, now holding a 2-round cushion. Lancer is just refusing to let his lead slip away. Lancer is really pulling away now, leading 18-15. The pressure is clearly getting to the underdog. Lancer is firmly in control at 18-16. He's managed to put a stop to that flurry. It's a bit of a struggle for the lower ranked side today. Lancer is really stretching his lead to 19-16 now. He just barely clawed his way back to secure that series. Omnic played his heart out in overtime, but Lancer's experience finally paid off. What a match. Welcome to Berserk League. We're on dunes for a clash between Zeph and the currently on fire Lancer. Zeth came out swinging here, catching Lancer completely off guard while he was perched on that box. A shaky start for Lancer after the dominant run against Omnic. What a fight. Lancer nearly goes down, but he manages to claw out a crucial victory here. He's really digging in here, cutting the lead down to a single round. The favorite is starting to feel the heat now. Unbelievable. He claws through the carnage to even the score, surviving by the absolute skin of his teeth. Pure luck on that last exchange, just barely enough to secure the lead. He is just too fast right now, extending his run to 4 straight wins. Zeth really needs to find an answer for his opponent's agility. Lancer just refuses to quit, taking this nail-biter to make it 5 in a row. He answers back quickly, securing a win while holding that box. Lancer has been the more consistent force in their previous head-to-heads. A total deadlock now, with Zed and Lancer tied up. Lancer had looked so dominant in his other matches today. He's completely shut him down, taking full control of the server going into the break. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he is really fighting against the odds right now. Lancer holds a clear edge in their head-to-head history, but he just can't stop Zeth from grabbing this early advantage. Let's see if the momentum shifts. He's refusing to crumble, staying sharp to keep this series tight. A high-stakes battle for the top 10 spot on the ladder. He is showing incredible resolve, erasing the lead completely to lock this up at 7-all. Zeth regains a slim advantage to put him up 8-7. Zeth has looked quite sharp today, especially after picking up 19 wins over the last day, and is using that confidence to dismantle his opponent. It's a massive swing from his previous loss to Lancer earlier in the session. If he can just keep this pace, we might see another upset. What an insane scramble! He barely clings to life after that exchange from the box to extend his lead. Lancer is putting up a serious fight, taking this round without losing a single point of health. A fierce trade-off that leaves both players shaken, but he manages to emerge victorious. Zeth has a really tight grip on this match right now, making it incredibly hard for Lancer to claw back. Lancer shows great grit to equalize, keeping his head in the game to bring us level. Both players are completely out of sync now. Zeth answers right back to put himself on match point. This is exactly the kind of performance we expected from the favorite. Absolutely stunning. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the match victory. He really played his heart out, but just couldn't close the gap. That's a massive result for Zeth to pull off. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Zeth and Omnic stepping up for a great 1v1 match today. Zeth holds a comfortable lead in their lifetime head-to-head record, and he looks poised to extend that lead tonight, given how he's been playing recently. Well, it'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find an answer for that aggression. Omnic has clawed back, and we're all square now. He's certainly finding more success lately in their matchups. Zeth edges ahead again, putting the pressure on Omnic. That's the higher rated player asserting himself early. Zeth is really putting on a display of speed right now, winning these duels in just a couple of seconds. Absolutely untouchable right now, and that's another clean one for the leader. He is definitely making up for that loss on Italy. He takes control from the ramp to extend his streak to 4. His 2012 run today has him looking sharp. He's simply on another level right now, picking up 5 in a row. It is a rough day for the opponent, who has struggled with a 10-22 record. He's just outclassing everyone right now, racking up 6 straight victories. Just a total contrast to how things went on Italy. Finally, a break in the momentum as Omnic manages to secure this one. He's fighting hard to bridge that 100-point gap in the rankings. Zeth is comfortably cruising with that 298-265 all-time edge over his opponent. It looks like he's really utilizing that historical confidence to pull away in this set. Omnic needs a serious swing to get back into this. Zeth heads into the break with a 9-3 lead. This is way more one-sided than we expected, given how close their map stats are. Omnic looks completely lost out there right now. Omnic needs to find his rhythm. Zeth is just relentless, moving to 10 rounds up. A huge gap in form today, as he looks far superior. Zeth is just completely in control of the map now, leaving Omnic with almost no room to breathe. Omnic shows some grit here, managing to put Zeth down even from that ramp advantage. He closes the distance instantly to put himself in a position to end this right now. What a finish! Zeth shuts the door on the competition to secure the victory. He's really making a statement with that win, especially after getting knocked around in their last meeting. Welcome to Redline, everyone. We've got Lancer and Omnic facing off, with Lancer entering this match as the favorite. Lancer holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with 20 wins, and honestly, that historical dominance is showing up in the early exchanges here. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find any way to break that pattern. Lancer is just cruising through this opening set. Omnic is struggling to find any footing after those recent losses. Lancer is edging ahead, now leading 2-1. His recent run of form hasn't been great, but this is a start. Lancer really capitalized on that height advantage from the ramp to regain control here. He's definitely benefiting from that superior rank advantage today. Lancer is absolutely dominating, putting up a huge 4-1 lead. The gaps in the rankings are showing on full display. A sharp reaction from Omnic to keep the momentum shifting in his favor. He's showing some real grit now, clawing back another round to tighten this gap. A surprising shift for the underdog in this set. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring us dead even. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. Absolutely terrifying speed from him to secure another one, taking a lead for the first time. He is simply refusing to slow down, putting up 5 straight for a huge lead. Everything has flipped from how this set started. A crucial stop right here to narrow the gap. The ranking gap should start feeling more prominent now. We're heading into the break with Omnic holding a 7-5 lead. It's a total reversal of the pre-match script. He's outperforming his usual 32% win rate on this map right now, putting Lancer on the defensive. Lancer needs a clean reset now. A complete shutout there as he maintains his grip on the lead. He's really defying the odds in this series. Lancer manages to outduel him from the ramp, showing some real tenacity in this second half. What a read by Lancer to clear the ramp and keep this rally alive. The early momentum swing from the first half is finally fading. Omnic is proving incredibly tough to put away, simply dusting Lancer off the ramp. This is proving to be a much tighter contest than the ladder suggested. He's back in the driver's seat now, showing impressive resolve to move another step closer to victory. Another flawless exchange for Lancer, who's continuing to climb back into this game. He's definitely playing with more composure than in his last few sets. Lancer keeps the pressure on from the ramp, refusing to let this lead slip away. The high-ranked player is starting to look like the favorite again. Omnic secures a clean kill from the ramp, showing real strength to push his lead back to 2. It's becoming a real fight for survival for the favorite. Omnic is showing incredible resilience here, taking match point after another big play from the ramp. He is playing far beyond his usual expectations today. What a finish! Omnic closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really stepped up today, proving he can go toe-to-toe with one of the best, regardless of the history. Hard-fought win. Welcome to the arena. Zeth and Lancer are facing off today to see who can claim the win. Zeth is currently riding a strong wave with a 21-12 record over the last day. That momentum is clearly crossing over into this series since he just came off a victory against Lancer in their most recent meeting. We'll see if he can keep that pressure high. Lancer fights back and we're deadlocked at 1 apiece. Both these guys are neck and neck on the ladder right now. Zeth is putting a lot of pressure on Lancer right now, especially after that quick kill from the Tetris. It's anyone's game with their ratings sitting practically side by side. Lancer shuts that down quick, picking Zeth right off the ramp to take control. Lancer is definitely playing like the slight favorite right now. Zeth secures a slim lead, holding a 3-2 edge. It is practically a toss-up on the ladder right now. Zeth is just too quick today, taking that round from the box to extend his lead. Lancer's long-term success on this layout isn't showing up yet. Zeth holds the high ground on the Tetris, keeping this run alive for a 3rd straight victory. The veteran Lancer is having a tough time getting things started. Lancer answers back with a perfect shot, showing he's not going down without a fight. He really just flipped the switch on this match. Unreal! Lancer barely walks away from that fight, clinging to a sliver of health to shut things down. That's some nerves of steel to close that out. Lancer is completely taking over here, erasing the deficit to level the series. He's just unstoppable right now, securing his 4th straight to take a narrow lead. The momentum has completely shifted in favor of the favorite. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we expected. Lancer really took control after that 5-round burst to hold the lead. Fresh start for both guys. He's staying sharp and keeping the pressure on, moving his lead back to 3. His current form is looking far more consistent than in their early skirmishes. Lancer is refusing to budge, picking Zeth off the ramp to secure a comfortable lead. Zeth is showing some real resilience since the head-to-head history between these two is perfectly split at 8-8. Well, it's clear that Lancer isn't getting an easy way through this. He'll have to tighten things up to protect that lead. He's found another gear, putting together 3 in a row to close the gap. Absolute chaos now, with the lead nearly gone. He's simply untouchable right now, leveling the score with a flawless finish. A total shift in energy as we enter the final stretch. Lancer just completely outclassed him there, taking the lead back with a perfect exchange. That was a lightning-fast read to secure the advantage. He's fighting back with an incredible will, dragging this series back to a deadlock. A total deadlock as we head into the final 3. He's putting on a clinic, reclaiming the lead as he continues this impressive climb back into the game. Zeth is proving why the pre-match odds were so close. He's just refusing to let up now, moving within a single round of victory. Lancer is really struggling to find a way back into the lead. Lancer keeps his hopes alive with a precise shutdown, refusing to let the game slip away just yet. Exactly the kind of response we expected from him. What a fight. He manages to dig deep and scrap his way to a tie, forcing this whole thing into overtime. A nail-biter of a series coming right down to the wire. He's completely in the driver's seat now. Lancer is simply overwhelming him now. Another clean victory to extend this run to 4. Simply terrifying. He just keeps piling on the pressure. Now sitting on a 5-round tier. Zeth answers back with a lightning-fast reaction, completely shutting down that run. A sudden spark of life from him at just the right moment. What a performance! Lancer closes the door on this series and takes the victory. He really stepped up in the clutch to break that tie in overtime and secure the win. Zeth put up a massive fight, he had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy for a match between Zeth and Omnic. The favorites looking strong today. Zeth holds a strong historical lead with 299 total wins over Omnic in their long rivalry. Well, that weight of expectation seems to be fueling his confidence early on. Let's see if Omnic can break that cycle. Omnic needs a big play here, trailing by 1. Zeth is looking for a response after his recent defeat to Lancer. Omnic just can't keep the momentum for long. He's fighting an uphill battle right now. Zeth is absolutely dominating this series at 4-1. He's just completely shifted the energy here, taking 3 straight to leave his opponent in the dust. Omnic answers back to keep things interesting. Omnic is showing he can trade blows with the higher ranked side. That was instantaneous. He's putting up a real fight now. The underdogs are finally starting to push back. Zeth has been putting up a strong number recently with 21-13 over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this series. He really seems to have the mental edge in this particular rivalry right now. Another effortless kill as Omnic keeps this surge going, heading into the break. Just in time to tie things up before we head to the break. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. Well, this is playing out exactly like a coin flip. Both players traded identical 3-round streaks to keep things perfectly level. Time to see who blinks first. He's showing some real grit, completely erasing that early deficit to take the lead. That's a huge swing, considering the expectations going into this game. We are back to an even split at 7-all. He's firmly in control of the overall head-to-head record. Omnic completely dismantles him off the vine, keeping this comeback rolling. He's really capitalizing on this shift in momentum. Zeth claws back to tie it up at 8 apiece. Omnic's struggles throughout the day are starting to show. The resilience is showing as he secures a narrow edge to recapture the lead. The pressure is mounting for the higher seed to close this out. He remains completely unfazed, securing another fast win to widen that gap. Omnic looks remarkably composed despite the ranking difference. What a turnaround! He just keeps stacking these wins, moving a huge step closer to victory. The underdog is truly finding his footing in this clash. Absolutely staggering. He has completely shut Zeth down and is now just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable, he secures the final point to complete a stunning recovery and take the game. He just completely flipped the script on this rivalry, proving that those historical numbers don't mean a thing in the moment. What a turnaround! Welcome everyone, we're on Mapas today for a great matchup between Lancer and Omnic. Let's see if the favorite can take this win. Lancer secures the opener by holding that ramp angle, asserting his dominance early. He's looking to bounce back after that loss on red line. Lancer has historical control over this pairing, leading their lifetime head-to-head 2015. Well, it's clear he's using that confidence to distance himself early today. We just need to see if Omnic can find an answer to this pressure. Lancer digs in to survive the exchange and claims a third straight round. Lancer is putting that higher ranking to good use right now. Omnic answers back instantly with a lightning fast kill to stop that slide. Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat at 4-1. He's looking sharp after that tough 16-13 victory over Zeth earlier. Another strong response from Omnic, who is showing a lot of grit to keep this contest close. Both of these guys are fighting hard for every single round. A gritty exchange here as the underdog digs deep to keep his hopes alive. He's really finding his footing now. Lancer has been in great shape lately, winning 80% of his last 10 matches. It's a stark contrast to how Omnic has been performing in his recent outings. We'll see if that difference in form allows Lancer to pull completely away from this match. A completely clean sequence as he earns a third straight round to push the gap further. Lancer maintains total control of the map, picking his opponent off from the ramp to push his lead to 8-3. Lancer holds a commanding 9-3 lead as we head into the break. Honestly, he is playing exactly like the favorite we expected. Omnic needs a huge swing in the second half to close this gap. Omnic needs to find some momentum here. Lancer stays dominant, now leading by 5 at 9-4. He's definitely trying to flip the script from their last encounter. What an absolute scrap! Omnic claws his way out of that exchange with a sliver of health left. He is showing some serious resilience right now. Incredible! Omnic wins another intense brawl to keep this hit streak alive. A huge shift in energy as the lead begins to shrink. What a fight! Lancer barely scrapes through that trade to hold the momentum. He's certainly looking a lot more composed than his last outing today. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Lancer is starting to pull away again. A bit of a struggle for him compared to that 13-8 victory over Zeth. Unbelievable. Omnic barely manages to claw through that chaos to secure a vital round. The lower seed is refusing to let this one go. Lancer holds his ground on the ramp, putting himself just one more win away from victory. His consistency since that tight battle with Zeth is really evident. Boom! He shuts the door on this series with a perfect final peak. He just looks far too comfortable on this side of the map. Omnic fought hard, but he couldn't stop that slide. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We have Zeth taking on Lancer in this one, with Lancer entering as the favorite. Unbelievable. Lancer barely claws his way out of that exchange with just a sliver of health. Lancer holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head history with 9 wins over Zeth. So yeah, it's interesting because Lancer also took their most recent encounter. He definitely has the experience to close this out if he can regain his footing. Lancer uses that height advantage to take control and bring things right back to a deadlock. Both of these players have been incredibly busy over the last day. Zeth puts the pressure on with a 3-2 lead. The rating gap is tiny, so this is essentially a toss-up. That was a scramble for the high ground, but Lancer reacts just a bit faster to secure the tie. Lancer pulls ahead by 1 with a gritty 4-3 lead. Lancer is really leaning into that superior map percentage. That's 3 straight for Lancer and he's firmly back in the driver's seat. He's really showing that top 30 form tonight. Lancer manages to pick him off the box, extending his run to 4 straight. Lancer is really playing at that top 30 level right now. Zeth stands his ground and comes out completely unscathed, finally halting that runaway momentum. He's proving to be a very dangerous opponent today. What a fight! He manages to survive that absolute chaos to stay right in this match. He's truly mirroring the pressure now. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break, and honestly Zeth is playing way above his usual level here. He's refusing to let Lancer lean on that map advantage, making this a real battle. Fresh start, total reset. Unbelievable. Zeth barely survives a grueling war of attrition to take the lead. Zeth has a real knack for surviving the narrowest of margins. He's completely in control now, outclassing his opponent to build on this turnaround. The momentum has completely shifted away from the favorite. Zeth edges ahead, pushing the tally to 8-7. Exactly what we expected from a top 30 ranked player. He's really digging in now, securing a fast point to keep this surge going. He's simply too sharp right now, completely deleting his opponent to widen the gap. Lancer is looking completely rattled after that start. He's practically unstoppable now, quickly climbing to an 11-7 lead. Lancer manages to answer back, slowing down the bleeding. The experience in those huge numbers of games for the favorite is showing. Oh my goodness, what a fight. Lancer digs deep to outlast him in an absolute bloodbath, surviving with a single point of health. A lightning fast snap to the head, and now Zeth is just 1 round away from a massive victory. A huge clutch for Lancer, who refuses to go quietly in this series. Lancer just won't break, proving his grit as he forces this deep into the final stretch. He's certainly fighting back to justify that pre-match favoritism. What a finish! Zeth seals the victory and completes a stunning return to take the match. He really managed to flip the script on their long-standing rivalry here. Lancer gave everything he had, but just